Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the archive. We missed playing Final Fantasy XIV last week, which sucked. But that doesn't mean that I've been sitting around and not playing the game for the week. Well, technically it does, because I haven't really been playing the game. I've been putting a lot of consideration into stuff for the game, and, like looking at outside things and information, with Dawn Trail coming out and doing the benchmarking and all that stuff. I have been doing a little bit of stuff in the game, not a lot. I haven't hit level 63 yet on Black Mage, but it did still. A lot of my time has been spent thinking about the game, even though we didn't get a chance to play it last week. So, what does that mean? Well, firstly. After slowly over time, I've kind of soured on the way my character looks. I don't know if that's exactly normal, but I've just kind of soured on it. Granted, I took like 20 minutes in the character creator because I was on stream at the time and didn't want to spend too much time doing it. But so I experimented with like changing the hairstyle and changing certain things about it to see if I could, fix my issue. And then I ran the new and improved one through the Dawn Trail benchmark, and I don't particularly like how it came out. So with a bit of apprehension, although mostly apprehension for the fact that I think it's going to be weird to have been seeing one character for so long and then suddenly changing my appearance entirely, I've decided to use the new Fantasia, or the free Fantasia that you get for completing a Realm Reborn. I took the time, I made a bunch of designs in the Dawn Trail benchmark, tested out everything, really tried to fine-tune an appearance I was happy with, and I think I did. So the first thing we're going to do, I was going to do it off-stream, and then I thought maybe it would be more logical to like do it on-stream, so at least, it's not a jarring change for anybody coming in randomly. Granted, if nobody sees this intro, if people don't see this intro, then they will be just as confused, but whatever. Who cares? We're going to do it anyway. We're going to run the Fantasia. I created a character preset, so it's going to be really quick. And then we are going to aim to complete the Crystal Tower quests and hopefully a good chunk of the remaining of the post-Realm Reborn quests tonight. Obviously, I can't stay up super late. It'll be like a 4-hour stream, but and I've already wasted 4 minutes of that. But let's get into this. So I made a secondary character to actually test the appearance ahead of time before I actually made the Fantasia changes, because I didn't want to just blindly do this and make it sound like a while. So we're gonna do this, and yes. Yep. And we want this one, and yep. And we're good. Completely different appearance. I wanted to go with something completely different. If it turns out I don't like this or anything, it's not a big deal. I ran through like 20 levels. I played like 3 hours on this alt just to test it. Yep. I went through like 5 different like designs. I went through a Makote male, I went through an Ori male, I went through one of the, I forget what they're called, the, like, lion people. Went through one of those, and I finalized on this. Yep, I used that was actually what spurred me to create the new character in the first place, was the benchmark. The way my original character looked in the benchmark didn't really translate well, in my opinion. So let's actually get all of our gear back on. Yep, should be good. Alright, so again, it's not going to be a massive change, but I think this character looks better. So, first things first, we actually need to do Oh yeah, I definitely saw that. I think most of the races got a pretty big glow up in 7.0. The only one I really wasn't satisfied with was here, just in general. But yeah, first things first. Okay. Oh, it changed all my hotbar. Well, that's easy enough to fix. All of the binds are the same. Oh, yeah. I forgot. Now my hotbar's fixed. Okay. Now that we're done with that, and crisis averted of actually forcibly changing everything, let's go over to Mordona. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I had to unequip that or not for Fantasia. I knew I had to unequip all my gear, so I unequipped that, and honestly, I forgot about it. Okay. Let's see. We are going over here still. World of Darkness. Now, you mentioned that during the last stream that this is the hardest of the Crystal Tower raids. I'm going to be very curious what that means, given the fact that I didn't find the first two that difficult. But, I guess we'll find out. Settings aren't saved server side. You know, I should have probably guessed that, but as long as it, you know, the fact that I didn't need to change everything again here is nice. Super annoying, though. That's fair. Ah, it's good you are come. I have news you must be made aware of. Alas, none of it bodes well for us, nor for Une, Doga, and Nero imprisoned in the Dark Realm. Think back upon our last foray into Circus Tower, if you will. The calamity stirred the place from its long slumber and awoke Emperor Zand. But you ensured he was laid to rest permanently. Yet the Emperor had sealed a binding covenant with the terrible void scent known as the Cloud of Darkness. Even as Doga and Une labored to annul this contract, the entity reached the rift and dragged the pair of them, and Nero, out of our realm. Just like 70% of the mechanics are you randomly die and nobody explains how to avoid them. Oh, that's interesting. That sounds fun. Since that day, Noah has devoted itself to rescuing Une, Daga, and Nero from beyond the rift. Our research, however, has exposed a far more dire problem. The Crystal Tower still acts upon Emperor Zand's orders and collects energy to open another void gate even as we speak. Indeed, the place nigh hums with energy. We would have done all we can to stop the Imperial Edict, but to no avail. Just as the gate would open for only Une and Doga, so too will the tower heed only those with the royal blood of Alag. Well, it's a good thing that we have royal blood right here. Agraha. 'Tis a most galling design. Granted, this was not always so vexatious, according to the elegant tombstone Nero presented to us. During the golden age of Alag, the royalty had some means of bestowing their blood upon others. If they hadn't such technology, Amon and his underlings could never have controlled the Crystal Tower. But we do not have either this art or any with royal blood. Every moment we wait, a vast rift through which the Cloud of Darkness can enter our realm threatens to open. Such a disaster cannot be allowed to come to pass. We must seal the Crystal Tower and annul Zand's covenant with the Dark Realm. If only breaking the latter would suffice. But then what of the energy building in the Crystal Tower? Without suppression, that power could discharge and cause a calamity like to the one that destroyed Alag. In truth, we have more than just 3 lost compatriots to worry about. If we do not act, our very world will fall before the might of this threat. The monocle looks kind of weird with the hair. We know but one way out of this predicament. Rescue those who can control the tower from beyond the Dark Realm, and seal the rift shut after them. And mercifully, not all of our news is quite so bleak. 'Tis true we cannot stop the Void Gate from manifesting within the tower, but this can be to our benefit. We can use Circus's power for our own purposes and create a portal to carry us to the Dark Realm. Yeah, I do like this new look. We have heard this is possible from a man of the Thaumaturge's Guild, well versed in otherworldly matters. And with Master Garland working to create said portal, the final preparations are well underway. Ah, here comes the man himself. A person from the Thaumaturge's Guild? My boys, the Busey brothers? Oh my god. They're plot relevant? Whoa. Yes, our fellowship is indeed complete, and all parties privy to our strategy. And you, Master Garland, how fare your endeavors? Quite well. The device is nearly ready, though attaching the damnable thing to Circus Tower took every ounce of ingenuity Ironworks has got. But it should produce the energy we need. With just a little more fine-tuning, we can open a rift. I'm here to request your presence at the tower. I'll leave Biggs and Wedge at the 8 Sentinels as guides. And do hurry. I'm sure you wouldn't miss another chance to save the world, would you? Well, Sid certainly seems to have a firm grasp at the helm. Shall we make our way to the Crystal Tower? Alright, it's raid time, baby. I think there will probably be another cutscene here. I totally understand why these are required for moving past A Realm Reborn now. Not only are they essentially the tutorial on Alliance raids, they seem pretty story relevant to the lore. Can't fly in this area. Wedge. I'll bet you're here to watch us pry open a rift between the worlds, huh? We're almost ready. Circus Tower is full of engineers scurrying about and making adjustments. When we're dealing with a lot of power, and if a single coupling's off, well, boom. But it should be fine. Really, you'd best wait at the top. The chief's there overseeing the whole operation. We gonna warp up to the throne? Hey, there we go. My friends, you've arrived. I'm just waiting for my engineers to give the signal. Then, we'll see if we can open a gateway to another world. Is there something amiss, Graha? Emperor Zan's throne. How the mighty have fallen, eh? Once it stood as a symbol of Alag's art and power. Now it's nothing more than an empty chair. Just imagine if Allagan civilization had lived on, and a just emperor still sat on the throne. How different would our history be? How much further would we have advanced? Unfortunately, there's no stopping Zand and his ambition. There were those who tried. Zand's war of dominion left no one unscathed. Unable to abide the horrors inflicted upon the people, warriors young and brave took up the sword against Allag. These men and women became beacons of hope to those who had suffered, not unlike the warriors of light in our age. But all this merely hastened the destruction. Just as they moved towards Allag's heart for the kill, Zand lashed out in anger and frustration, as trapped beasts are wont to do. In his desperation, Zand desired that a great rift be opened to hasten the cloud of darkness's coming. To this end, he commanded the sun's power held within Dalamud to be emptied into Circus Tower at once. The act bore terrible consequences. The tower only withstood the blast by flooding the land below with energy. Circus was swallowed by the very earth upon which it once stood. The fourth umbral calamity. I learned of its cause from Une and Doga. I had no idea that rebellion incited Zand to rashness, though. Your knowledge of Allagan history is astounding, Graha. Why, a man could study for 2 lifetimes and only learn half of what you know. Mayhap. 'Tis strange, though. I cannot seem to remember where I learned such things. Maybe it's that red eye that we've made very clear is like royal bloodline shit going on, buddy. He's something. How he hasn't figured it out himself yet is interesting. We reckon when the machine's up and running, she'll be able to float 5 airships to the size of Agrius. So just give us the word and we'll start channeling energy into the tower. Let's get started. Our preparations are complete. Everyone step away from the throne. Alright, let's see what this machine can do. Now, Biggs. Oh boy, a big hole. Ooh, glowy. Oh, yep, there is the hole. Rift to the world of darkness, as Une called it. Splendid work, Master Garland. We can't break out the mead just yet. The tough part's just still ahead. We've broken into the Dark Realm, but the gate's not all that stable. It won't stay open forever, and only a few can use it. I, for one, will remain here to ensure that the Void Gate stays open. As will the Sons of St. Koinak. This rift is our sole path to salvation. If it closes, we are all truly lost. Which leaves you, my friend. 'Tis a heavy burden I must task you with, but there are none more able. Pray lead the adventurers beyond the rift. I do not know what awaits you, save the cloud of darkness and our 3 comrades. But you must go, for the fate of our world now rests upon your shoulders. This is our only gambit, and I have every faith that you will succeed. It will be no small feat to return after you have passed beyond the rift. Make certain you are prepared before leaving. I don't think there's anything I could be to prepared to enter a fucking rift into this fucking world of darkness, dude. Although if there's anything qualified, a Master Thaumaturge / Black Mage is probably one of them. Might I have a moment of your time? There's a matter of import we must needs discuss ere you leave. Oh? You don't want to talk up here in front of the big scary portal? No? Okay, I mean, fair enough, but... We're just gonna leave it? We could have waited... If we're gonna have a conversation, we could have had this before we open the big scary portal, just in case things fly out of it? No? Okay. Fair enough. I wish to speak to you about my eye. As you are no doubt aware, 'tis a trait seen only amongst Allegan royalty. Long have I pondered why such is my inheritance. The sanguine hue must have some bearing upon my destiny. This much Doga himself admitted. But what? In truth, the more I learn of the Crystal Tower, the less I am myself. Somehow, meeting those two clones has wrought great change in me. I am consumed with remembering something. Something ancient, but ever so important. When my father's words echo in my mind, the selfsame ones his father told him. The truth of our eye rests with Allag. Mayhap what I wish to remember and these words are related. Mayhap not. But I know I must learn the truth that history hides from me. I would see this journey, our journey, through to the very end with mine own two eyes. So I implore you, allow me to join you beyond the rift. I mean, I'm not gonna stop you. Like, I'm not in any position to do that. It is effectively tantamount to suicide, but hey, to each his own. You have my thanks, my friend. Now let us venture into the world of darkness to save our comrades and our realm. Alright, the world of darkness. What a fitting name. Alright, well. There's a quest over here. Oh, it's just the quest marker for entering the dungeon. Well, alright. Big scary dungeon time. This is it will be very interesting to see how this goes. Alright. Oh, that's just a monster hunter cat. I was like, what the fuck is that little cat thing? What's it holding? Not... It's just a little cat thing. Alright. Average wait time of 7 minutes. Which I probably... Wait, are you joining for the dungeon? Or are you just gonna give me advice as I go through it? Or are you just gonna let me, are you just gonna watch me confusedly bumble my way through? Oh, you just watch my doom? Okay, fair enough, you know. Fair enough. I anticipated this possibly taking more than one attempt. So, it'll be a miracle if we get through first try. I mean, hopefully everybody else has played the dungeon before. Fingers crossed. Alright, what am I gonna do in the 8 minutes while I wait? Let's see. Could do more job quests. I still have a couple job quests to pick up. Why not? Ah, like that, there's a base game dungeon that inflicts doom, where you gotta, like, stand on a platform to make the doom go away. I'm assuming it isn't going to be that simple in such, in this kind of a setting, but, you know. You never know. You got here just in time. Looks like he's about to make his pitch. Who's about to make whose pitch? Is it the blue mage guy? The weirdo? The weird fucking class that works entirely different from everything else in the game? Oh, I see. I see. Name's Martin, and today I present to you a wonder of the New World. I call it blue magic. Beyond the indigo, deep lay of the Wallaki, who have their own unique brand of spellcasting. Oh, I somehow skipped that. Like black and white magic, it draws on aether from our surroundings. But that's where the similarities end, my friends. I'm sure you have all seen wild creatures lashing out with fire, ice, and what have you. It's a form of self-defense, see, but it's still magic. The Wallaki discovered how to harness ether in the same way and wield the forces of nature. Yeah, this is the class that you kill things to unlock new spells, and you have like an actual like full spell book. Attuned to mind to the beast instincts of a beast. When a creature is driven to attack, you can see into its soul. When you overcome it in battle, you can absorb some of its ether and make its power your own. Yep. Of course, it's not as easy as picking fights with the local wildlife, but my Wallaki mentors taught me well, and now it's my turn to teach you. The power of blue magic. Okay. What the fuck was that? Shot fucking laser beams out of his eyes. Now, before anybody asks why it's called blue magic, let me tell you. For the Wallaki, this color holds special meaning. Sacred even. As seeing as this ain't white or blue magic, it seemed like the perfect fit. Suppose you're all wondering what you need to become a blue mage like me. Well, for starters, you'll be wanting one of these. A soul crystal. And don't forget a specially designed outfit to help you look the part. I'll even throw one of these spell books, personally penned by yours truly, containing everything you need to know about learning blue magic. I've got enough for you all, but you better snap them up before it's too late. Oh, you're selling it. I see. Also, my camera's out of focus. God damn it. One day it'll stop doing that. Probably. Drive the beast to attack? Or like run headlong into battle with only a silly blue costume for protection. Of course, no one can claim it's fraud when they're still at the bottom of a creature's belly. I'll buy it. Oh, now you'll get to show off your actual talents. Okay, the bubbles I get, like elemental power, those are like fucking rockets. What the fuck? He's a really good con artist and somehow duped a couple Sahagin into helping him out, or he's legit. There's definitely something fishy going on here, and the arrival of those Mamool Jaw was a little too timely for my liking. Come on, let's see where he goes next. I don't know, I don't... Although, granted, you know, not all of the beasts are fake. Or, like, evil. Like, I'm pretty buddy-buddy with the Amalja, the Ashamalja. Well, up to 13-minute wait time. I'm really glad I decided to start doing another quest in the background. Otherwise, we'd just be sitting here doing nothing. He's heading for the Morabi dry docks. Follow me. Nope, that's the wrong one. It still is crazy to me that these are 24-player raids. It's just a lot of players for one raid. Granted, they're long raids and they're complex, but still. All the way over there. Just as I suspected, he's up to no good. Why else would he come all the way to a place like this? I should pet the puppy. Next time I'm on my mount, I will pet the puppy. Martin, you say you'll be less violent this time, but that was very violent. Very violent indeed. It all adds to the realism. And you lads did a great job. Your gods cannot save you now. Nice improv. That one bloke damn near shat himself. I think we've seen enough. Oh. There we go. Alright, it's time for pain, baby. Alright, what team am I on? A, B, or C? Ooh, big spooky orb. Okay. Alright, we are Alliance A. Somebody die? No, several people died. That's normal? Okay. I'm worried for a second. Like, oh my god, why are people dying? It's the first fight, we're not even on, like, a boss enemy. This looks like a boss enemy. Oh. Actually, I think I've heard about this specific one. Essentially, I can't let myself get to 3 stacks, I think? I don't know. I just heard something about a stacking effect, and that looked like it. Oh right, we gotta trash. These seem more important. Oh. I guess I'll wait for a res. Yep, I died. You know, I wasn't the first death, so I'll take it. Oh, I died again. A lot of people died. Yeah. Huh. That's something. Noted. Guess I'll just go to starting point. Oh, nope, we just got a raid. Oh, I guess we could probably just kill this guy fast enough. I see. Honestly, I should have figured as much. Oop. Oop. Okay, Doom. Okay, you know, we made it. It was a bit rough, but we did it. The difficulty spike is something. I don't have battle effects limited. Apparently not. I didn't know that was a thing. Now I do. Nope. Okay. That wasn't too bad. Well, that looks a little bit more intimidating. A fucking dragon? Yeah, it's a 5-headed dragon. Okay. Well, that's something. Show limited on all except yourself? Okay. Noted. Oh, different heads. He's casting big thing. That tells me kill other head first. Oh. Ow. Again, not really sure what happened there, but we lived through it, so it's okay. Okay. Not bad so far. You know, we do have like 108 minutes. So, you know, worst case scenario. I don't know if this works like how normal dungeons work, and if everybody dies, you go back, you just resume to the point you were, you have to go run back, or if it's entirely different. Alright, we're in A, so we go this way. I see. Oh, I fell off. That wasn't too bad. Oh, that's something. All of these enemies are pretty intimidating. A abdomen, B, belly, C, stomach, what? Sure, I know what that means. Abdomen. Yep. Sucks to be the Vor team? What the fuck? What do you mean the fucking Vor team? Oh, A is for ads. Okay. That makes more sense. I was gonna say. Oh, group B gets eaten? What the fuck? Oh, okay. Alright. So, Team A just focuses on the ads when they appear. Oh, wow. And they really did just get eaten whole, huh? Oh. He's on my ass. missed fire starter proc. I don't know what this is. Okay, you know, still only the first death. I'll think we seem to be doing okay. Ooh, Boots of Casting. All right. Well, where are we next? Are we done on... Oh, yeah, this definitely looks like boss. Alright, cutscene over. Okay, what is going on there? Oh, somebody died. One disadvantage of using my mouse buttons to do certain things. That sounds like the right. That seems like the right thing to do. Oh, you seem like enemies that need to die. I think that's the last of the Dark Clouds, I think. Okay. I have no idea what the fuck is going on, but we're winning, I think. Oh, somebody is doing it right. Did we win? I think we won. Holy fuck. You know, I'll take first try with only one death. I'm pleased. I'm pleased with that. Ooh, I got the casting boots. Let's go. Ooh. All right, this is something we greet all of, if I'm right, right? Yes. Nice. I honestly expected that to take more than one try, so we will take it. Where in the seven hells are they? Without them to stem the energy in the tower, our defeat of the clouds aids our cause little. Dogga! Une! Can you hear me? Nero! Must you be so infernally loud? Are you so keen to attract more void scent? Oh, what the fuck happened to you, Nero? Though, I don't blame you for missing my company. Fair enough. Fair enough. Think the 12. Are you alright? You're purple. Yeah, he, yeah. As alright as can be expected. Une is simply passed out. Nero, by the gods, what's happened to you? Alas, his wounds were too deep, and allowed this foul place entry to his body. Now the darkness claws at the aether of his very form. That we could have protected him. The cloud of darkness was bound by Zan's unholy covenant to bring prosperity to Allegan royalty. The same blood that sealed this contract gives us a measure of protection. I say a measure, for this vow does not protect us from other void scent. The cloud imprisoned us here precisely to unleash fiends upon us. We would be dead had Nero not defended us so valiantly. Mistake not my actions for kindness. I have use for you yet in Eorzea, and simply couldn't let harm befall you here. Where? Nay, you are safe. Our friends have come for us. Have they? Then perhaps, Doga, there is yet hope we may fulfill our purpose. Well, that doesn't seem good. Mortals, you have dared to challenge me and now must feel my wrath. I already killed you, Cloud. Did you think to destroy me in my realm? Here I am eternal. I will smother your light and entomb your bones amongst my shadows. That didn't even flinch. Like, it didn't even faze any of us. Are we truly so powerless here? As long as we fight the cloud in this realm, I fear so. And yet, though we may not be able to destroy it, this may be our chance to stop it. If we strike now while the cloud can barely hold her form, mayhap we can sever Zan's covenant. Yes, and raise this bridge between the Crystal Tower and this foul place once and for all. You must flee. You and Doga mean to stay here? 'Tis madness. You must return with us. No one but you can save the world from the threat of the Crystal Tower. Yeah, except you, Graha, you know, royal blood and all that, you know. Probably, I think, maybe. Man, if she shot that in a line at the four of us, like... yeah, just a little dense, you know. Just a little. You'll learn. What is this trickery? Your blood. You too gain protection from Zan's blood. Apparently, everybody else is just as dense. Grahatia, you are possessed of royal blood. That is why the royal eye runs in your line. Again, you didn't figure that out till now? 'Tis a gift you have inherited. Graha, you have been granted authority over the Crystal Tower. I had thought time would consume all of Alag that was. That a man should still live with his forebears' blood in this age can be no coincidence. Some person must have planted this gift in your line and used the highest of Allagan technology to do so. True, the Crystal Tower is not like to recognize you as Allagan, not as you are now, but your royal eye bespeaks a simple truth. Within you dwells one feeble glitter that will illuminate all, the light of hope. Man, that's cheesy as fuck. But how should I use this light? Pray tell me. You must gain control of the Crystal Tower. We will share our blood with you, Graha. Though its effects will be ephemeral, it will bolster the Allagan presence within you. This is our gift bound to you, that you may fulfill your destiny. All with the royal eye are bound by fate to Allag. Our part in this journey is to bury Zan's dark ambitions in the past. This was the true Une and Doga's purpose, one we have carried into the future. Know that as long as this light of hope survives in you, our souls will still remain, even if our bodies are lost. How the fuck does that work? Okay, we're just gonna move past it. Alright, yep. You can just use magic blood power to transfer Allag. Yep. I'll just accept it. Oh, yeah, you have two red eyes. You must leave us as well, Nero. I'm sorry we could not live up to your expectations. I must return to you what is yours, though. You dropped it whilst defending us. He's also, like, very purple. What you seek by this instrument may not be possible, Nero, but do not give up. There are many other paths that await you. Of course they do. Doga, Une, I thank you. We shall never forget you. Now, let us quit this place. Man, their aim is really bad. Cloud of Darkness really needs to practice with those beams of dark magic to, like, be able to hit things properly. No, you shall not escape us. Here Zan's bloodstained dreams of glory end. There, the glint of light. That's not a glint, that's a very bright light. Cloud of no hand-eye coordination. That's a fucking good one. It grows faint. Then the bridge between realms grows fragile by the Covenant's annulment. If that light dies, we're stranded here. Hurry. Well, you're taking up, you know. Yeah, maybe we should have, like, carried you. Nero, no. You must move. Leave me. I don't need you. If I die here, it'll be because I bloody well decided to. I failed to master darkness. I'll not suffer watching a green boy master the tower. Do what you will with it, but remember me, son of Alag. I am Nero Tolskaiva, the man who will yet outdo Alag and Garland. That was what you'd hoped to... May the Crystal Tower again be a beacon of hope for mankind. Go, damn you! You know, Nero, you're an asshole. But you're an alright asshole. Must move onwards. This is not where I come to rest. But how did... So those damn clones did it after all. Yeah, Nero, you might want to move instead of just standing there like a fucking dumbass. What the fuck is that face? You owe me, Nero. The Hellside 2. Literally just fucking... just fucking... Oh man, Nero, what the fuck? I really like him, but goddamn. You are returned unharmed. Thank the gods. When the void gates started to close, I had never felt so powerless in all my life. We were running about like madmen trying to keep the gate opened, and then the chief actually went and dived in. But if you're all safe... Where are Une and Doga? They're not... I see. I will miss the two of them dearly, but I'm happy they fulfilled their purpose. We who live on must still attend to the Crystal Tower, though we now have no one able to seal it. Yeah, you spoke a little too soon. That is not true, my friend. Une and Doga have entrusted me with their blood. I can now control the Crystal Tower. Graha. Yes, I can see it in your eyes. Good. Then let us put an end to this and seal away the tower. I understand your instinct, Ramabros, but please, give us a moment to rest. I am weary to the bone, and those two are both emerged from long battle. Of course, of course. You have the right of it. Come, we shall leave this place for a spell and repair to St. Konig's Find. No one but you could have succeeded in the world of darkness. Would that I could have been more use beyond the rift. As it stands, I was but a vessel for Doga and Yune's blood. Have I remembered what I wished to? Yes, something has come back to me. Gaining royal blood and witnessing true bravery has reminded me of my forebears' dearest wish. But we not speak of these things now. It's not my place to keep you. But go on ahead of me. There is something small I would do before I return. I could not have asked for a better comrade. If only I could have been a part of your adventures for longer. Alas, fate dictates I have a different role to play. A wish hidden for millennia and brought to light by the good people of Noah. Now, finally, 'tis my time to see it realized. What are you gonna do, Graha? Oh, we're not gonna find out. Okay, okay. Back to St. Konig, I guess. It was a fun series of dungeons. Alliance raids are quite interesting. Oh, yep. Before I forget. Character config, control settings, character tab, show limited on all but self, battle effect. Issue solved for daily alliance raids. Now I'll actually be able to see what the fuck things are happening. Instead of just seeing fucking all of my allies' spells and shit. I mean, fuck, that's a big guy. I cannot express how glad I am you returned safely, and with the means to dispel the threat of the Crystal Tower for good. Rest if you will, and then let us free ourselves from the specter of the Alligans. I trust you have rested, my friend? Good. I wish to seal the tower now, but there is something we must do first. Let me summon the others and hear in full what happened beyond the rift. So, the Allagan eye that runs in Graha's line does mean that royal blood flows in his veins. I suppose it's not so odd to think that his forebears gained it via ancient technology. But who imbued his family with the blood, and for what purpose? Mayhap all this was fate, from discovering the tower to Graha gaining Yune and Doga's blood. Has Graha said anything? For the matter, where is Graha, and what of Nero? I'm not sure about our resident historian, but Nero left the tower with me. Where he's vanished since, I cannot say. But knowing him as I do, I don't believe he'll scheme against us for the time being. Though he is still Nero. You say Graha stayed behind at the Crystal Tower. I wonder if he even now prepares to seal the place off. Master Rambro is... 'Tis Graha Tia, sir. He came into the Crystal Tower and began ordering researchers out. What? Why would he do such a thing? I do not know, sir, but he was quite insistent. He all but bodily forced me out of the gates. I suppose it's possible he told one of the others, but I wasted no time in finding out. I thought it best to hasten here and ask your guidance. Very well. Let's go speak with the researchers and get to the bottom of this queer business. Master Garland, please come with me. No doubt Graha means to seal off the Crystal Tower, but it worries me that he did not breathe a word of his plan to us. Yeah, that's generally not a good sign. Unless he's, like, planning on sealing the tower with himself in it, which would be incredibly dumb. Surely he knows better, right? What in the world was Graha thinking, demanding we leave the tower? No doubt you want to know why. I wish I knew that myself. Of course, he would tell me nothing, but he will be honest with you. I am certain of it. Go no further, my friends. The doors will close ere long. So you are of mind to seal the tower, Graha. I know time is of the essence, but all I ask is a hint of your plan. Please come here so we can discuss this. No, my apologies, but I cannot. Come, man, what is this nonsense? If aught is amiss, surely we can help. Not this time, my friend. Just as Une and Doga fulfilled their destiny, so too must I fulfill mine. My blood has awakened me to this fact. As my father told me, the truth has always lain with Allag. Or rather, 'twas the wish I must grant was born. You see, not all of the world perished in Zan's calamity. Survivors stood amidst the ruins of Allag, looking to the Crystal Tower, but it was nowhere to be seen. Yet they hoped its spires would again dominate the land, and prayed that the Crystal Tower would be a beacon of hope to people everywhere. Word of this soon reached the only member of Allag's royalty to outlive the Empire. The Princess Selena. Selena was moved by the people's dearest wish. She used the very best of Allag's technology to give her blood and memories to he whom she trusted most. That man was my forebearer. For millennia we waited. Allag's art and ingenuity faded, our royal blood grew thin. But before the last drop could vanish from the realm, the memory of all this returned to me. And now I must fulfill the wish of the ancients. The tower will shine forth as a new beacon of hope. Graha, the Crystal Tower's strength poses too great of a threat to Eorzea now. We would need technology as advanced as Allag's to use it correctly. As things stand, we barely understand the tower's workings. Else, we may never fully comprehend them. 'Tis as you say, Sid. We could wait for someone, someday, to reach the same heights as Alag. But by then we will have lost the royal blood and the means to control the tower. But what if I do as Amon did, and put the tower into a deep sleep? What? You cannot mean that. I'm deadly serious, Sid. The tower may only be used once men rival the Alligans in knowledge. I will slumber within Circus Tower until then, to greet those with the means to open the gates. Then I will guide them, and thus will the tower shine forth as the beacon of hope it was meant to be. 'Tis the only way to make the wishes of the ancients come true. The future is where my destiny awaits. But yours lies outside these doors. Go. Create a future where hope reigns and the tragedies of the past are but memories. No one but you can accomplish such things. Nothing we say will make you change your mind, will it? Onwards to a brighter future. It won't be easy, of course, but that's exactly why we'll do it. We'll catch up with Alag. Just you wait. We'll cover all that lost ground before you even know it. Well said, Wedge. It'll only be a few years before we come knocking. Graha, then you're in for a rude awakening. You shall be witness to Noah's accomplishments. Pray keep alive our successes and forgive our failures. And may we meet again, my friend. The 12 keep you till then, Rembroes. I look forward to learning of your exploits. And you. I know history will remember you. No doubt your heroism will be the star by which I chart my course when I awake. Well now, I must rest. Recalling so much has put me in the mood for sleep. Farewell, my friends. I eagerly await a future born of your courage and the ancient's wish. Well, that was a nice ending. Yeah, hey, guys, maybe we should leave before the tower, sinks again. Maybe. A little haste here. Come on. The Crystal Tower slumbers again, then. 'Tis too quiet for my taste. Goodbye, Sid. I must put all this at my back. Possibility beckons, and I am bound to follow. Oh. Well, hopefully you won't regret that in the future. A new dawn has come for me. Maybe he's turned over a new leaf. Maybe he's just gonna be like more like an anti-hero than like a straight up fucking villain. Oh. It be beeping. Nero, maybe you dropped it too soon. It's too late. and only held on to it for like 3 more seconds. Okay, it probably wouldn't have beeped. It probably only beeped because there was something in that big fucking pit that set it off. Granted, I don't remember what that's actually trying to detect, but, you know, it seemed important to him. Alright, Rembrois. I've just missed Sid. There's much that needs his attention if he is to fulfill Graha's wishes, it seems. But this is not the end of Noah, no matter how lonely St. Koenig's Fine has become for a friend's departure. We must all walk in different directions now. Remember that we labor for a brighter future, lit by Graha's beacon. Sealing the Crystal Tower was but the first step. Farewell, my friend. May our paths cross again. And I got an item that I don't know what it does, which is great. I don't know. Also, that might be the last of my inventory space. Yep, that was the last of my inventory space. What do I not need in my inventory? I have a lot of materia. And dye. Well, we can use this. That's a minion. I should probably use these weapon coffers at some point, but I don't really have a class at the levels that I would use them for. I could probably get rid of... a bunch of the random crafting materials. I haven't done crafting in a while. Shit. Nor do I probably need potions. I mean, they heal 160 hit points. I don't think I'm gonna need that. All of these low tier potions I could probably get rid of. Antidote, instances of poison. I haven't really ever had that as a problem. X Ether, 10,000 MP. I have a spell for that. High Ether is 700. How much do these sell for? Well, they sell for 7 gil, but I only have 3 of them, so it's like, what, 21? It's not even worth it. We can discard that. We can discard that. And then we can sort. And now we have a little bit more space. Alright, let's finish off this Blue Mage quest, and then back to the main quest we go. Alright, yep, he's a fraud, yep. We can watch half of this, yep. I think we've seen enough. Hold it right there. I'm placing you under arrest for charges of fraud. Fraud? This is all a big misunderstanding. You can't pull the wool over my eyes. The game's up. And the same goes for you too. I knew you were in cahoots from the very beginning. As far as for those crystals, I'm as convinced by them as I was by your acting. Say what you will about our sales technique, but there's nothing dodgy with the merchandise. I'll have you know, I poured my heart and soul into those crystals, and the spellbooks explain how to learn the magic. It ain't my fault if the buyers can't be arsed to read them. And if you're thinking about clapping me in irons over the outfits not providing enough protection, I can assure you they were tailored especially with the needs of a blue mage in mind. I'll admit I had to cut a few corners to keep the costs down, but still. It all boils down to whether the soul crystals are genuine or not. I know it's a lot to ask, but would you try out this blue magic of his? Hey, it's capitalism, you know. I can't necessarily, you know. His business tactic is a little scummy, but I mean, if it's legit, it's legit. Don't be shy. Once you've learned your first spell, you'll know I ain't pulling your leg. I'll even let you borrow one of the outfits. Hat looks kind of dumb. Yeah, the outfit's not bad. Oh yes, very fetching. While you've been getting changed, Latulja and Gahilja have been luring over a nice cooperative baby kraken to teach you water cannon. The bait's been laid, so one should turn up any moment now. Okay, that seems like a bit much. That's, a bit on the big side, lads. Not to worry, all you have to do is give it a few licks with the patented blue magic focus, or stick if you prefer, and our tentacle friend will return the favor by firing possibly quite painful jets of water at you. Oh, and try not to die. This is really how we're gonna fight this thing, is by beating it to death with a fucking stick. It's a good thing we are hardy, huh? And this is something. We really beat that squid to death with a stick. I mean, I knew we were tough, but come on. Jesus. Impressive. After that little escapade, you should be able to fire your very own water cannon. By the by, you don't, strictly speaking, need to be struck by the magic you're trying to learn, but that'll probably happen whether you want it to or not. In some cases, repeatedly. As long as you're the one the beast's after, its power should be yours. Assuming you can defeat it. See, this is what most people don't realize about becoming a blue mage. When you start out, you're like a blank slate. It takes a fair amount of recklessness, bravery, to stare these creatures down and look into their souls. It's a shame that not all my customers have your determination, but that's hardly grounds for calling me a fraud. You don't think he's telling the truth, do you? Well, let's try casting magic. I mean, that's the easy way to tell. Try casting the water cannon. Now that's settled. I'll be having my wares back, if you don't mind. What's that? You still don't believe me? To be honest, miss, I don't know what more I can do. I'll tell you what. Why don't I give you a soul crystal, outfit, and a spellbook for free? That way, as a fully fledged blue mage, you can act as living proof of my innocence. Sound fair to you? Yeah, sure. Oh my god, it's level 1. I forgot this class doesn't level like normal classes do. Open the blue magic spellbook under the character in the main menu to assign active actions. Blue mage arms generally have no effect on your attributes. However, equipping armor and accessories that boost your intelligence will greatly increase the damage dealt by your offensive magic. If you lose your blue mage gear, replacements can be purchased from Calamity Salvagers in Limsolominsa, Gridania, and Ul'dah. Okay. Okay, that's kind of cool. Okay. So, what we got? We got true blue attire. Just straight up level 1 gear. But, you know, we have it. And then we can check. Yep, blue magic spellbook. We have 1 spell. We have water cannon. Out of 124. Oh my god, that's a lot of different spells. That's like a whole little mini game in and of itself. That's kind of cool. Okay, I'll like that. Yes. Now that we're done with that, we can actually, after, what, 3 weeks? We can actually go continue on with the main story quest. To be fair, this is probably around the real time that Yugiri and all of the refugees probably have to wait for support anyway. Where am I going? What do we got here? Another level 50 weapon coffer. I don't have classes at level 50 to use these. I should probably just use them on, like, random fucking... I probably need to wait to use them until we get, like, Marauder or fucking Scholar or something up to 50. Oh, right, we're meeting with the Underworld. We're meeting with the Lominsan Underworld, aren't we? Though it be penned by the Admiral herself, mere words on parchment will get you only so far in their confidence. You must work for every ounce of trust they pay in you. But here is the letter. Go to the aforementioned place and show it to the aforementioned man. Oh, and good luck. Oh, I'm sure this will go fine. The weapon coffers. I have a bunch of these things. I'm gonna get a second level 50 coffer from this quest. It's got a higher item level than the last one. And not really sure when I'm ever gonna need to use them. Yeah, I figure you just use them for when you, like, level up a secondary or tertiary class when you hit certain levels, so you have decent gear. But, like... I keep forgetting, I forgot to do that for Marauder and Scholar. Granted, I am planning on starting leveling up one of the base game classes now that I've sort of changed my appearance, because I started Lancer on the alt to sort of experiment. So, and I think I'm going to level that into Dragoon. But, we'll see. I have a letter, you know, meet with the Underworld, you know, just doing it in person. I've always found that really cool about Lancer and Dragoon, is the fucking skyward hops and then the fucking piercing from the sky. That's such a fucking cool ability set. I was hoping I might catch a glimpse of Thancred, too. Been a while since I saw his shite-eaten grin. But what with all the doe-eyed wenches about, I expect he's got his hands full. Ah, and you must be the Far Easterner that what Merlwib says wants to train with us. Welcome to Limsa, milady. I am Yugiri of Doma. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. I must confess, when I learned of your organization, I had certain preconceptions as to the nature of your membership. It would seem I was mistaken. You are not the first person to say that, lass. Lims is a city of pirates, to be sure, and pirates don't give two farts about keeping a spotless reputation. They hardly need a secret society to do their dirty work. Might be as my people and I keep to the shadows, but we've got nothing to be ashamed of. It's simply better for business that we remain unseen. And so you have developed fighting techniques suited to this purpose. I see. Know that the practitioners of my art, too, are denizens of shadow. 'Tis in stealth that our strength lies. There's too much we might learn from one another, I think. Then what in the seven hells are we waiting for? If you'd come with us, you Giri of Do-What's-It, we can get acquainted in more private surrounds. Ha! That didn't come out right, did it? I shall remain here with these people for a time that I might study their ways. Though I am loath to be separated from my countrymen, I take solace in the knowledge that they are in the best of hands. You have been a true friend to us Domans. No words would suffice to express my gratitude. Ere long, I hope to begin imparting my martial knowledge to the people of Eorzea. When that time comes, it would be my honor to welcome you as a student. Yep, there's our item level 90, level 50 weapon coffer. God, I really wish I had more inventory space. Much and more has occurred since first I held Eorzea from the galleon's deck. Suffice it to say, I did not envisage being invited to play a part in your noble struggle. But forgive me, I have kept you over long. Doubtless you have been pressing business of your own. Rest assured that I no longer require an escort in this land. Chocobo Saddlebag, you are... Honestly, I always forget I have what is essentially a second inventory space, and I'm going to dump a whole fuckload of shit in here. These potions can sit in here. I always fucking forget. I don't need any of this materia on my person right now. I don't know why I'm sorting this. I can just right-click and sort manually. Can I? That's faster. All of my general crafting shit. My repair stuff. I'll keep the paints. And the weapon coffers can go in there. Let's sort this. And I probably have enough room to put all of the crafting stuff in here. Basically empty my inventory out. Three slots remain, that's fine. Sort, and perfect, we have inventory space again. At the Rising Stones. Oh, it feels good to have literally half of my inventory freed up. I can't believe I've forgotten about the saddlebag for this long. Oh, there are so many mechanics I still am probably completely forgetting about that would make my life so much easier. Nope. I have the full game.
I have been reflecting upon the events which took place during our visit to Vilbrand. If you have a moment, I would share my conclusions with you. Please, bear with me. When the Sahagin
Retainers
Elder
too,
summoned
okay.
Leviathan, he employed the power we have come to know as the Echo. Though I cannot well explain the how of it, it would seem he became immortal in so doing. When the Admiral subsequently slew him, his spirit emerged from his lifeless flesh, a consciousness shorn of physical form. Thus transfigured, he took up residence in the body of his minion with the ease of a man donning a favorite glove.
Oh my god. Yeah, I really need to look into retainers, huh?
Long have I known that the Echo allows one to pass through the walls of a man's soul, but never did I imagine that it could free us from our own flesh, nor less that our souls could then occupy the next corporeal vessel to take our fancy. It was of this that Elidibus spoke, an existence which knows neither cessation nor oblivion. And yet, though the Sahagin had mastered his gift and thereby become immortal, he was by no means invulnerable. As we both bore witness, he was ultimately absorbed into Leviathan. And the import of this observation? If the Ascians' mode of existence is indeed the same, it can be inferred that they too are not invulnerable, that they can be destroyed.
True.
There exists a legend which tells of souls who are reborn upon the cusp of each umbral calamity, that they might stay the encroaching darkness. To most, it is but a fairy tale, yet recent events have given me cause to wonder. Could the legend in fact refer to the Echo?
Probably. That sounds about right. I don't know if that's the lore, but yeah, sure, why not?
But I am confident that all will become clear in time. For the present, however, what matters is that the key to defeating the Ascians may at last be within sight. With Urianger's aid, it is my hope that I shall fathom this matter ere long.
Hey, Urianger. We're just talking about you.
I was just about to send for you, my friend. Is Artemis?
Grave tidings from the Sharlayan motherland, my lady. It doth concern our distant allies, the students of Baldessian.
Yeah, they weren't responding to our calls.
What of them?
My lady, the Isle of Val, which for many years hath been the Order's home, is no more.
No more? Whatever do you mean?
Yeah, like the entire isle, or just like the school? Is the isle just sunk into the ocean?
I relate only that which hath been conveyed unto me by our agents. And
oh my god, the isle is just entirely fucking gone.
In the region.
Holy fuck.
Soon thereafter, 'twas observed that the isle had ceased to be. 'Tis postulated that a magic was evoked, like in power to Ultima.
12 preserve.
Fuckers really just leveled an entire
If there are no
isle.
other matters, I move that today's meeting be adjourned.
Why are we here?
It is done, my lord. Forgive my impertinence, my lord, but these orders, I am uncertain as to what end they serve.
revolution.
Oh. Huh. That doesn't sound very good. I'll be taking... Auroral Gloam Knocked. They all give the same 4 stats. It's just what's better is swapped around. I think I want crit more, I think. I could also get these, which sell for 1,000. Not that I really need money. My dex? Oh yeah, dex. Although I'm pretty sure I have... I'm pretty sure that I have better gear already. Yep, I have very much better gear already. Because this is level 50 shit. I have level 60 shit. Give me just a moment. I'm going to tab out real fast. I just want to do something really quick. There we go. No. No. It avails us not to speculate. Urianger will send word if there are any developments. Until such a time as he does, we must remain firmly focused on that which is within our power to change. With that in mind, I would speak of a different matter, when closer to home. Yeah, spell speed intelligence. I don't know. Ninja seems fun. I really want to try out like a physical DPS. I'm already looking at Lancer. Ninja seems pretty cool though, playing a rogue. Although I will say, Viper looks really sick from the benchmark. The skills look really cool, so I might pick that up once that comes out. In what, end of June? For early release, I think? It concerns etheric fluctuations, which we had previously attributed to good King Moggle Mog the 12th. Good King Moggle Mog. Yeah, that's what I figured. That the king is no more is a blessing for which we have you to thank. Yet all is not well in the Twelves Wood. Our latest readings reveal an ongoing etheric disturbance of considerable magnitude. They may even suggest the essence of a primal. Needless to say, the mere possibility warrants immediate investigation, and I would have you... Acelia? I do not wish to interrupt, but we have a problem. What manner of problem? A band of refugees hailing from Ul'dah this time are come to Revenant's Toil seeking asylum. It's toll. It would seem they expect us to afford them the same treatment we gave the Domans. At present, they are in 7th Heaven, awaiting a formal response. I see. Mayhap this was to be expected. I shall meet with them at once. Miss Celia, you know full well that we haven't the resources to accommodate many more people. Consider what will happen if you do this. Word will spread and more will follow. Your opinion is duly noted, but I will hear their suit. I should be grateful for your presence at this meeting. Alright, I guess it's time to go talk to more refugees. And now, Primal Threat would be way more interesting than talking to a whole bunch of random misfortuned people. But, yeah, I guess being a hero is part politics. I apologize for keeping you waiting. My name is Minfilia, and I lead the Scions of the 7th Dawn. 12 be praised! It is you! We're ready and willing to work, same as the Domans. Just give us a task and we'll see it done. Pray calm yourselves. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I know naught of your situation. Beg your pardon, antecedent. I ain't so good with words. We've been living off of the scraps of Ulda for years now, trying to piece together a life to replace the one that what got took. They say there's work, but there's not for an honest man. Not as wouldn't sully his soul sooner than his palms any road. The flames do what they can for us, of course, but it ain't near enough. And it's only getting worse. When the calamity brought us to our knees, those rich bastards in the city didn't help us up. They climbed on our backs. I don't pretend to be clever, but even I can see what's coming. I knew we had to run. The only question was where. And then it came to me. Revenant's Toll. I mean, you took them foreigners in, didn't you? So you'd surely do the same for us. I fear the situation is rather more complicated. While it is true that we accepted the Doman's petition for aid, that decision was the product of extraordinary circumstances. I sympathize deeply with your plight, but pray understand that it is not possible for an organization of our means to aid all who have been affected by the calamity. And so it is with great regret that I must deny your request. But we've nowhere else to go. You're turning your backs on us? If I might have a word? Tataru, is aught amiss? Ill tidings from Ulda, my lady. Alphino has been wounded. What? How? Is it serious? I cannot say for certain, but I fear it might be. According to the flames, the refugees started a riot. They went wild, apparently, lashing out at any and everyone. That can't be right. Why would they? They must have been provoked. The demonstration was meant to be peaceful. Seven hells, now the Blades have an excuse. They'll round us up and kill anyone who tries to resist. Antecedent, please, if you won't help us build a new life, at least help us keep the ones we've got. My lady, we are not ones to stand idly by and watch innocents suffer. However, until we know more of the circumstances surrounding this riot, I am not certain what aid, if any, we can provide. If the authorities determine that the refugees attacked without provocation, then those responsible will have to answer for their actions. Find Alphino, and quickly. If he is in danger, or worse, I would have you and none other by his side. Thank you. Pray do not concern yourself with the matter we were discussing earlier. Ida and Papalimo will see to it. Alphino is being treated at the Hourglass. Hurry. Yeah, I'll go back to Ulda, you know. Good old revolution, baby. To be fair, Ulda is pretty fucking corrupt. Honestly, the only city that doesn't seem corrupt is fucking Gridania. And to some point, Limsa Lominsa, because it is kind of run by pirates, so it's like... It's not really corrupt because that's the way the society works. And it seems to function properly, I guess. I don't know what that really says, but, you know. Hourglass. That's the Adventurers Guild. I almost did the same fucking thing. Oh, Alphino, you seem fine. What are you complaining about?
Come, you must have gathered by now that Tataru is given to exaggeration. As you can see, I am quite well.
That's fair. I always forget that.
Ulda, on the other hand, is not.
I usually just come through the main entrance.
Isolated incident. There is a restlessness in the air. Tensions long simmering are at last threatening to boil over. Ul'dah is a nation infamous for the great disparity between the wealthy and the poor. The majority of the populace accepts this state of affairs because they believe that every man bears responsibility for his own lot in life.
You know, this lore drop would be a little bit more fitting had I not started in Ul'dah and knew all this already, but you know, alright.
To an Ul'dan, money is the foremost, and some would say the only measure of a man's worth. Small wonder that the wealthiest wield the greatest influence.
Nope, come on. Click through.
So where do the refugees fit into this social hierarchy? What place is there for those who fled Alamigo and the destruction of the Calamity? Plainly, there is none. They have no wealth, no power, and no worth. To the Ul'dan way of thinking, they may as well not exist. Choosing to ignore their existence, however, is patently not an option. General Rauban and the Sultana understand this, which is why they ordered the Immortal Flames to provide the refugees aid and succor. Yet none would dispute that the expenses incurred by this policy grow by the day, with no end in sight. This has prompted more and more Uldans to question their obligation to aid these worthless wanderers. While more and more refugees have come to resent their treatment at the hands of the sneering citizenry.
Yeah, just an all-around shitty situation.
The manner of Lord Lolorito's refusal to grant the Dolmens asylum bespoke a disdain for all refugees, an attitude shared by the rest of the monetarists. And you may be sure they make no effort to conceal their opinions. It was only a matter of time before the refugees united in protest. Nor is it any surprise that some among them would ultimately resort to violence. That the Immortal Flames should choose this of all occasions to engage in joint training exercises with the other Grand Companies. By the time they return, the situation may well have deteriorated beyond mending.
Very convenient timing. We take the int, I think, although spell speed is nice, but I think the int's more important. As I told you before, it was all but inevitable that an incident of this kind would eventually occur, given the rising tensions within the Sultanate. Nevertheless, I have reason to believe that this particular riot may or may not have begun spontaneously. Have I piqued your curiosity? Good. Then you will accompany me to the Hall of Flames. I would hear what General Ruban has to say on the matter. Ah, the good old Hall of Flames. I've been there numerous times. I am what now? A lieutenant for the, Yep, second flame lieutenant. I'm getting pretty high up in the ranks as a, flame guy. I totally remember what the fuck they're called. Even though I know it was literally just mentioned. I'm totally not that forgetful. Now is not a good time, Lieutenant. My hands are full with dealing with the refugees. Precisely the matter we wish to discuss, General. Alphino, back on your feet already. You may credit my swift recovery to your Churgeons. My memories of the riot are still somewhat muddled. I trust you managed to regain control of the situation. Not entirely. We've secured the city soon enough, but not before the unrest had spread to the surrounding territories. Pockets of resistance remain throughout Thanalan. We have sent what forces we can spare to root out the last of the belligerents, but the process is slow. They are damnably elusive. I can well imagine. Given that the majority of the refugees live outside the walls, it stands to reason they would know the lay of the land. What I do not understand is how they came to be so well prepared. Before my little accident, I observed that several of the refugees were armed, and not with butcher's knives or pitchforks, but with martial weaponry. I need hardly add that such equipment is costly. None can deny that the tensions between Ulden citizenry and the refugee population have increased since the Domans were turned away. But would that motivate a starving man to purchase arms in lieu of food? I think not. And what of those who have not even a single gil to spend? Who could not survive without the aid provided by the immortal flames? Surely they would sooner sell a weapon than bring it to bear against their benefactors. Come to the point. Very well. My point, General, is that this powder keg of discontent was not set alight by chance. These events were deliberately set in motion, and now order must be restored. That is my first duty. Until it is done, an investigation can wait. I do not have time to discuss this. My scouts will be returning soon. The General is no fool. He keeps his own counsel, and with good cause. Were he to claim, without the unnecessary proof, that these riots were instigated by outside forces, the monetarists would accuse him of attempting to shirk responsibility. After all, he and the Sultana have been the most outspoken proponents of refugee aid. Regardless, they will face harsh criticism in the days ahead. Our allies may stumble upon the truth in time, but I have far more faith in your abilities. Therefore, I propose we conduct our own investigation, independent of the authorities. To that end, I would have you make inquiries in the settlements suspected of harboring belligerents. Commander Swift will know which they are. He may balk at a request for such information, but I've no doubt you can persuade him with your silver tongue. And I, meanwhile, will seek answers in my own way, after which we can regroup and share our findings. Well then, shall we? Hey, Swift, what's up? You look as though you have something to say, Lieutenant. Do you? What you ask is no simple favor. Were such information to fall into the wrong hands, the lives of countless soldiers would be at risk. Even so, there is wisdom in your words. An able individual, even one with ties to the flames, may be better suited to this task than a regiment. Very well. The Brass Blades have reported suspicious activity in the vicinity of Lost Hope. It may be unrelated to recent events, but we doubt it. I suggest you begin by speaking to the Blades posted there. Can do. God, good old Blackbrush Station. I think this was the first place we went when I started the game. Yep. This would be the first Aetheryte we attuned to outside of the city. I think. Don't take my word for that. It has been like 4 months. And what brings you here, adventurer? A search for refugees? Well, then you've come to the right place. Ah, you mean those refugees? Oh, no, you won't find them here. Most of the people of Lost Hope have come to accept their situation and are content to pass their days in peace and quiet. Outsiders have trouble understanding that, like that merchant who passed through recently. Gregarious fellow, but awfully opinionated. Can't say I was sad to see him go. didn't expect them to send you. Take it this means someone has read my report. The refugees who left with the merchant have yet to return, and I am increasingly concerned that Zazawaka's suspicions were correct. You haven't the foggiest idea what I'm talking about, do you? Never mind. Seek with Zazawaka. He'll explain everything. Sure. Yeah, that's easy enough. Don't hurt me. I'm not one of them. I beg your pardon? You're of the flames, but you're not with the flames. I see. If Leofric bid you speak with me, then I'll take it you've agreed to help. So I'll be praised for that, because we haven't a moment to waste. Everyone knows that the flames are on the march. The others have fallen under that fanatic spell, but not I. Promises of revolution and retribution, of holding the ruling class to account and taking that which is owed. Ha! A childish fantasy. I did everything I could to dissuade the others from leaving, but few would heed my words. Now that one of our idealists has returned, however, the madness of that merchant's plan is plain for all to see. Look behind yonder tent and you will understand why. Even now he babbles incoherently, so traumatized is he by the bloodshed he witnessed. Try as I might, I can make little sense of his words beyond the fact that he was not alone in surviving. Yet I've no doubt that merchant will lead the remainder to their doom. I beg of you, find them before he does. You good, my man? Fuck, I really need to put it in my favorites. Soothe. Who are you? What do you want? Aye, it's true. I followed the merchant, and may the gods strike me down for my folly. What they will not give, you must take, he said. When we asked how, he revealed a cache of weapons he had brought with it, and implored us to seize control of our fates. I thought about running then and there, but the others were so excited. He split us into two groups, sent us off on our own. But when the flames found us, we didn't know what to do. Our leader tried to parley with theirs, but then they started arguing, and then fighting, and then everyone was fighting, and the flames were shouting to give no quarter, and... Oh, gods, the other group. They're still out there. If we don't stop them, they'll be massacred like mine was. The other refugees are hiding in the caves south of Lost Hope, but to approach them would be fruitless. They would sooner call us agents of the Sultanate and try to kill us than to listen to reason. Why, the twins might even deign to do the deeds themselves. A pox on all bloody sellswords. They were supposed to train us to fight, but the ones he sent with us vanished during the struggle. Oh, if only we had never listened to that merchant's ridiculous claims. He said our cause was righteous, that the gods would never suffer us to be defeated. Though, if they were forced to confront reality, that's it. Challenge the twins to combat and show my brethren that their strongest warriors are no match for one woman. Mayhap then they will agree to lay down their arms and renounce this plot. Oh yeah, that's easy enough. I can beat up a couple fucking refugees. That's not a problem. If I can destroy Ultima Weapon, I think I can handle a couple of refugees. Seven hells, they found us. Everyone grab your gear and make for the rendezvous point. So that's your game, is it? Sorry to disappoint you, but we're more than willing to kill you ourselves. You can be armed all you want. Yeah, you really have no hope of fighting against me. Nice try. Oh, there are more of you. you lived. I'm gonna blow you up now. Bye. Call me a bitch, you bitch. How fucking dare you? Honestly. You beat him like it was nothing. Almighty, what are we gonna do now? I'm back. I kicked the shit out of all of them. You've returned. Did you find my brethren? What of the twins? What has happened? I see. Well, you had no choice. Better that a handful of them taking a beating from you lot than the lot getting butchered by the flames. Tell me, what did the merchant have to say when it was over? Huh? But where else would he be? Unless he went to Stone's Throw to recruit others. The merchant wished to approach the refugees in the Stone's Throw, but was waiting until the flames withdrew their forces from the vicinity. Now that they have, there's nothing to stop him from continuing his work. How many more must perish in this pursuit of this futile cause? How much more suffering must we endure before it ends? Find him. Convince him to cease his mad quest. It will surely lead us to ruin. Oh, you're gone. Well, I am sure I'll never see you again, probably. And something tells me he was already here. Have you seen my parents? They told me to stay here with the others. They said they'd be back soon, but it's been days. They left with the man from Ulda. The man said they were gonna change everything. Make it so we could live inside the walls with everyone else. I liked it when he said that. Yep, fresh orphan. Fucking... always fucking seemingly happening. Why not? Sure. I didn't like it when he talked about making the rich people pay. Everyone looked so angry, and I got scared. Say, are you looking for someone? Looking for a merchant. You mean the man who left with my parents? But I don't know where he... Wait, look. Over here, there. I think that's him. Well now, which of these gullible fools will be my next victim? Hey, pal. I'm sure you know who I am. This should be fun. Yeah, you can fucking run all you want. I don't think running's gonna help you, bud. Especially not when I can fucking fly. Hey, pal. Nice hiding spot. Really did a good job on this one. You again? What? Why are you pursuing me? Sedition, treason, revolution. That's preposterous. Who has filled your head with these lies? Refugees? The selfsame refugees who terrorize the streets of Ul'dah? You have no evidence to prove your accusations. None. No, I will not accompany you to the Hall of Flames. You have no right to detain me. For the sake of argument, let us say I did do the things you claim. Surely you don't think I give a churchin's arse about politics. It was only business. Only business. We both know I am not the one you want. However, if you agree to protect me, I swear I shall tell you everything. Oh, well. Hey, yep. What's all this commotion? 7 hells. Tell the others to spread out and search the area. The killer may still be on the loose. It'll still be close. On the loose. He's definitely still on the loose. Old adventurer, I would know more of your relationship with the victim as well as the events leading up to his death. This man was responsible for the recent riots. Mayhap we owe his murderer a debt of gratitude. In any case, it is obvious you are not the one whom we seek. You may carry on with your investigation, Scion. Yeah, we got, yeah, pretty powerful people are behind this whole thing, and, well, a lot of people are gonna die before this ends. But, you know, intrigue. I like it. What news, Lieutenant? Where's the merchant? Murdered? Damn it all to the 7th hell. He was not simply murdered, Lieutenant. He was silenced. Too many knew his face, and he was ready to divulge his secrets. Do not despair, though. We may be closer to identifying the true orchestrator of these riots than you realize. Yeah, we don't really care about skill speed. We don't really care about a lot of this. I guess we'll take the determination and vitality. The Flame General left word that you were to proceed to the Fragrant Chamber as soon as you return. He wishes to discuss your recent discoveries as well as the result of our own investigation. Master Alphino has already been informed and should be waiting for you outside. Pray proceed to the Royal Promenade with all haste and speak with Bartholomew. Certainly. Go talk to the Sultanate, you know. See what they know so we can apprehend this crazy person before he likely gets more people killed. We have been expecting you. Please proceed inside. Intelligence spell speed.
Commander Swift has kept us apprised of your recent activities. made great strides towards quelling the violence.
We have? Oh, okay.
Despite our best efforts to determine what provoked this uprising, the truth continues to elude us. Have you uncovered aught which might shed some light on the mystery?
This information does not leave this room. The Syndicate's decision to reject the Doman refugees' appeal for asylum had lasting repercussions. A number of those displaced by the calamity claimed it was proof of a policy of discrimination. Together with a group of Alamegan refugees, they organized a series of demonstrations to protest against the Sultanate.
Which is fair until it reaches violence.
Demonstrations which became heated, but did not descend into violence.
Peaceful demonstrations, you know, good, you know.
Until a certain incident served as a call to arms.
A unit of brass blades sent to supervise a demonstration loosed arrows upon unarmed protesters. It was this atrocity which prompted the refugees to take up arms. I need not tell you what followed.
Yeah, that would certainly get fighting started.
We assumed at first that the attack was born of a miscommunication. When emotions run high, they happen. But suspicions were raised regarding the unit's commanding officer, whom I ordered interrogated. Sure enough, our fears were soon confirmed. The dog confessed that a merchant had offered him coin to give the order. A merchant in the employ of Teleji Adeleji.
Teleji Adeleji? But he spoke in favor of the Doman's cause, and has ever seemed sympathetic towards the refugees' plight. Why would he do such a thing?
That's a good question.
Know you of the Cartano Reclamation Bill? It is a proposal to annex the Cartano Flats so that refugees may establish permanent settlements.
When last I looked, that was disputed territory.
Aye. Some might even call it a battlefield.
Okay. So, you want to give some territory to the refugees? That doesn't sound all too bad. So what's this guy's problem with that?
The destruction wrought by Bahamut was greatest at the Cartano Flats. That much is common knowledge. What is less well known is that his rampage laid bare ancient Alagon ruins, of which no record existed. There are certain differences of opinion as to how these ruins should be handled, which is
He
why
wants
each
to make
nation
money
maintains a
off
military
it.
presence in the region to this day.
I see.
Yet differ though we may, we are still allies. Therefore, in the interest of preserving the Eorzean alliance, we have reached an agreement. Any conflict which may arise during the course of military exercises in the region shall have no bearing on relations between our nations. In full knowledge of this delicate state of affairs, Teleji Adeleji proposed the Cartano Reclamation Bill. A shameless bloody ruse which stands to benefit him in but one conceivable way. If successful, he will gain control over the disputed territory under the guise of assisting in the resettlement effort. And you can be sure he'll build an orphanage next to every Alagon ruin.
Yep, he's doing it for profit and free workforce.
The unity of the Eorzean alliance and risk countless lives for personal gain.
He walks a path all his own, independent of any faction and beholden to none of his fellows on the Syndicate.
Well,
By inciting the less fortunate
I thought
to
he was a
violence,
good guy,
he
but
hopes to convince
very
others
clearly
that the
he
Cartano
is a piece of
Reclamation Bill
shit.
is the only viable solution. His sympathy for the plight of the Domans was not but posturing to gain credibility with the refugees. Of that there can be no doubt.
Forgive me, but what could possibly motivate Teleji Adeleji to go to such lengths? What is so special about these ruins that he would risk his position on the Syndicate? And, most likely, Charges of treason against the Sultanate.
Omega.
Pardon?
An Oligon monstrosity, not unlike the Ultima weapon. Mayhap larger, we know not. It has yet to be fully excavated.
Oh, great. Another one of these
Oligon
fucking
inscriptions
things. God
indicate
damn
that
it.
it was created to fell Bahamut himself. If accurate, it might explain why Nail Van Darnus chose to bring the Red Moon down upon the Cotonou Flats, given the ends he went to ensure Eorzea's annihilation. Destroying the one weapon which could stay the Elder Primal may well have seemed like good sense.
When first I bore witness to the power of the Ultima weapon, I doubted the evidence of my senses. And now you tell me there is another such weapon. One which could contend with Bahamut. Bahamut!
Aye, we were skeptical ourselves. Truth be told, until the Ultima weapon's existence came to light, we thought the inscription had been mistranslated.
God damn
At
it.
present, Omega is more akin to a fossil than a tool of war, having long since ceased to function. As such, its true potential cannot accurately be gauged. However, if someone were to restore it, as the Garleans did the Ultima weapon, I have little doubt that he would wield untold power.
Power enough to subjugate Uldar like as not, and the rest of Eorzea besides, which is doubtless why Teleji Adeleji yearns to have it.
That he should aspire to world domination. He who has ever walked 2 paces behind Lord Lolorito in matters of commerce.
That's probably why.
'Tis in acknowledgement of his own limitations that he seeks this power. Woe betide us all should we allow him to have it.
Pray waste no time chasing rats. Only a fool would believe that secrets can be kept in Uldar.
It would seem the implications of the Sultanate's refugee problem are rather more far-reaching than we assumed.
Alright, so what are we gonna do about this, Alpha, now? Like, what's the play here? I should be glad to know the truth, and yet the thought that all this chaos was the product of one man's lust for power sickens me. How long do you think they intend to hide the existence of Omega from the Scions? That they even felt the need to do so is most troubling. It would be in our best interest to learn more of the military activities in the disputed territories. Fortunately, you are already well positioned to do so, Lieutenant. Pray keep us informed of any developments in Carteneau. Yeah, it's the orphan again. I was looking for you. You said you were looking for the man who left with my parents. You know this girl? Ah, you know, just another orphan of the probably hundreds in the refugees. So he visited Stone Throw as well, I see. Did you find the man? Or my parents with him? They were not, I'm afraid. However, I can think of several places they might be. If you like, we can go and look for them together. Really? You'll help me look, mister? Of course. But first, I must needs finish speaking with my friend. She's telling me a secret, you see, so no one else is allowed to listen. Mayhap you could wait for me by that pillar over there? We require but a moment. Okay, mister. I'll be waiting. I'll take her to the quicksand. Mayhap Momodi will know what to do. A legion of Garleans, an aether-starved primal. Even dealing with an Ascian would be preferable to this charade. Sometimes I fear Minfilia is too ambitious. We rush hither in and yon in response to threats as they arise, without concern for the strain it places on our limited resources, and ourselves. Mayhap the time has come for a change. This is Minfilia. I know this is sudden, but I must ask you to return to the Revenant's Toll with all due haste. The situation in Twelveswood has taken a turn for the worst. I will explain in detail once you arrive. The Twelveswood. Then the primal threat she spoke of before has been confirmed. I have received no reports of Ixali activity, which leaves the Sylphs? Go. You know as well as I that the appearance of a primal takes precedence over all else. Oh, and when you arrive, do inform the antecedent that while I am grateful for her concern, she needn't fear for my safety. I am more than capable of protecting myself. Yeah, sure you are, Alphino. Okay. Teleport to... we want... Always forget where it technically is. It's in its own separate list. Of course it is. Although I do appreciate the sudden increase in the amount of voice acting, you know? I appreciate that. It is a relief to see you healthy and hale. The latest news from Ulda was most disturbing. Clearly, the only injury Alphino suffered was to his ego. Doubtless it will heal ere long. The other scions will need to be present for this meeting. If you're ready to begin, I will summon them now. Give me the, That's probably better. Thank you for responding to my call with such haste. Rest assured, I have not summoned you here. I would not have summoned you were it not urgent. To business, then. I've received some most disturbing news from the Order of the Twin Adder. They have reason to believe that the Sylphs may have called forth their revered guardian, the Primal Rama. I'm sorry, may have? Then it is not certain. The Elder Seedseer informs us that the elementals themselves murmur of the Lord of Leven's return to the forest. The Sylphlands, however, display no signs of undue commotion. Forgive me, antecedent, but the fact that need not contradict the elemental's testimony. Unlike his more bellicose compeers, Garuda and so on, Rama is reputed to act only in the defense of his children. I imagine he would soon make his presence known if any were foolish enough to endanger the Sylphs or their territory. The abruptness of this development concerns me. Were we not keeping a close watch on the touched ones and their movements? If preparations for a summoning ritual were indeed underway, 'twould surely not have escaped your notice. Oh, it didn't. I was pretty sure it was gonna happen, just not this soon. I beg your pardon? You foresaw this eventuality and did not prevent it? I told Papalimo I suppose I could have reported things to Minfilia earlier, but there honestly wasn't much we could do except wait and see. You know how the Sylphs feel about people poking around in their territory. They already summoned Rama once right after the calamity. That was because the Garleans came tramping through the forest. And so long as Castrum Alrian stands, the Sylphs cannot be blamed for wishing to have their guardian deity on the hand. In short, Ida and I are in agreement. The actions of the forest folk were inevitable and unavoidable. And I maintain that observation would have remained the best policy had it not been for the sudden influx of strangers into the Black Shroud. That, alas, we did not foresee. By all accounts, the recent violence in Ulda drove a number of refugees to seek safety under the concealing canopy of the trees. 'Tis like that the Sylphs perceived and this panicked migration is yet another invasion, and quickened their efforts to summon their god. I am put in mind of Titan and the kobolds. Once again, it is the affairs of men which have paved the way for a primal's coming. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder what manner of place Eorzea would be without the civilizing influence of mankind. Be that as it may, this regrettable development does afford us quite a unique opportunity. Through your dealings with the Sylphs of Little Solace, you once succeeded in preventing an untimely conflict with Gridania. I wonder, might one who has treated with the Sylphs so fruitfully in the past not achieve similar success with their patron deity? If Rama can be convinced of our intentions, it may be the first step to breaking the cycle of primal summoning. A fond hope, if such a thing were possible, we would not have been at war with the Beastmen since time immemorial. But maybe this time we can... Let us continue this discussion anon. We must needs first consult with the nation most affected by Rama's presence. The Elder Seer has requested your personal involvement. Pray report to Commander Helio at the Adder's Nest as soon as you are able. Yeah, sure, why not? Steel yourself for the worst. While I hope for a peaceful resolution to this matter, experience suggests that your meeting with the Lord of Leven will prove less than amicable. In such an event, your fellow scions will, of course, lend you whatever support you require. I mean, maybe we'll actually be able to talk and, you know, chill with a fucking god for once, you know? Maybe. Probably not. You know, wishful thinking. No. It's probably gonna we're gonna end up killing Rama and, you know, pissing all the Sylphs off. Like, it's gonna be great, I'm sure. This is a cool fucking axe, holy shit. Your arrival has been most anticipated. The appearance of a primal is ever cause for alarm and unease. Though my men stand ready for any eventuality, I know of none more qualified than you to snuff out this threat. Indeed, I would have you do so without delay. The Elder Seer, however, would speak with you first. She is of the opinion that your diplomatic, rather than martial skills may better serve our cause. I will leave further explanation to our learned leader. Pray make your way to Nathika's altar. The conjurer in attendance will admit you to the Lotus Stand. Will do. Let's see. Where's closest? It's the Conjurer's Guild. Oh, everybody's here, huh?
Scions of the Seventh Dawn, on behalf of the people of Gridania, I bid you welcome. Your presence is of great comfort to us all in these days of uncertainty.
Peeking the mic a bit there, can Senna. Might want to tone it down a little teeny bit.
I summoned you here to share tidings of a most urgent nature. But a short while ago, the great elemental spoke, and his voice was clarion in its intensity. Ramuh is returned unto the forest.
Although this sounds like a different voice actor from how she originally sounded in A Realm Reborn. Mainly because she doesn't sound as flat. Like, she's still pretty flat, but not as flat.
Scarce had his words ceased to echo in mine ears when we were visited by an emissary from Little Solace.
Seriously, though, yeah, Can E. It sounds like her voice actress changed. Mainly because I don't recognize her peeking the mic as much as she did before.
Our guest informs us that the Sylphs, too, have sensed the presence of the Lord of Levin. Though his exact whereabouts remain unknown, we may safely assume that the Primal was summoned within the heart of the Sylphlands.
You know, as much as, yeah, she still sounds flat. She's still very flat. She's just slightly less so. Ever so slightly. Nothing against the first voice actor, but, not a very phenomenal voice acting job.
He is revered as much for his wisdom as his strength, serving as both arbiter
interesting
and
ship,
guardian
but I could
to
see
his
it.
Children. Given that we and the Sylphs found a way to share the Twelveswood, it is my hope that this sagely immortal will be amenable to reason, and that conflict may be avoided.
We're never that lucky.
Blessed as you are with the power of the Echo, you are one of the few among us who may commune with a primal without fear of influence. I would ask, therefore, that you represent us in this most delicate of negotiations.
I really gotta put either a monocle on the other eye or get a hat. Because my right eye monocle really doesn't look good with this haircut.
Upon this, we and the Sylphs, and I would venture Lord Ramuh himself, are in perfect accord. Let us not endanger our shared home by engaging in unnecessary hostilities. Dear friend, I beseech you, safeguard the peace which exists between our peoples. You have my thanks. Pray make for Little Solace, then. A member of the Order of the Twin Adder awaits you there. He will advise you on how to find the Lord of Levin.
You got it. We'll see how this goes.
The wind blows through the forest. Yet, it is not only the Twelveswood that flinches at its coming. All the lands of Eorzea shiver in dread anticipation. Have care.
Yeah, it seems like shit's happening all over the place. Something tells me we're gonna go to Limsa next. Lord of Levin, Little Solace, Hawthorne Hut. Like, I didn't expect the peace from destroying the Ultima weapon and stopping the Garleans was gonna last that long, but I expected it to last longer than this. was told to expect you. I understand that you go to treat with the primal Rama himself. An unenviable task, but one for which I have no doubt you are well suited. I have been told that your fellow scions are conducting an investigation of the area as we speak, that we might ascertain the location of where the Lord of Leven may be found. I would ask that you abide here until they return with their findings. Okay. Int, please. Leven an impression. I was told that a messenger would be sent as soon as your fellow scions finish their investigation. I do not imagine it will be much longer. This one returns, and with good tidings. Wise ones have finished searching, and have wisely identified the precise location where the Touched One summoned Lord Rama. Your timing is impeccable, my fluttery friend. Might you be so kind as to escort this good woman to her fellow scions? It would be this one's pleasure, Walking One. Please, come with this one. Alright, now are we gonna have a peaceful resolution to this, or are we not gonna have are we gonna have a not so peaceful resolution to this? Wise ones have ventured deep, deep within the Sylphlands. These ones must proceed carefully and keep an eye out for touched ones. I'm just gonna keep flying. None of these enemies want anything to do with me, given that I am way above them in strength. This one is most sorry. Oh. And so this one must say farewell for now. Walking One will find wise ones not far from here, to the south. Go in safety, Walking One. Yeah, don't want to get yourself tempered, Maxio. Or Moxio, or however the fuck you pronounce your name. Right on top of me, huh? So, it's actually you. I'm relieved. For a moment, I thought we were dealing with another one of those confounded sylph tricksters. I swear, with them wreaking havoc with their skin-changing magics, it's a wonder I was able to finish taking my measurements. Yes, it was quite the ordeal. You should have seen the look on Y'shtola's face when the one impersonating you suddenly showed up. That's quite enough, Papalimo. Ahem. My apologies. It's not like me to ramble so. At any rate, as I was saying, I have finished measuring etheric activity in the area, and I'm pleased to say that I have reached an indisputable conclusion, to wit, that Rama was called forth in the vicinity of the Sylph's Aetherite. Come, the Lord of Leven awaits. Seems like kind of dangerous to send all of us to do this, but, alright. I mean, I know they have absolute faith in me, but, what if something were to go wrong? We would be down a lot of scions. Like, Ida and Papalimo I get, because this is kind of their territory, but Thancred and Y'shtola seems a bit excessive. Well, we didn't go into a duty finder, so, you know, that's a good sign.
Praise thee, servant of Hydra.
Hey, Rama, buddy.
God, the bringer of light, bane of Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, and Leviathan.
Yeah, so you know you don't stand a chance if things go bad, so let's just not fight. How about that? We good?
I am Ramu, guardian of the children of the forest.
We got no beef. I'm pleased with just, you know, being peaceful.
Thou tramplest upon sacred soil, bringer of light. By what right doth man intrude in this sanctuary of the sylphs?
Fuck. My... Ramu, same basic difference.
The Gridanians proffer peace? Their words are born of delusion, thine offer an insult.
Do you like my moo cooked? I like my moo cooked medium rare, preferably.
Thou speakest of harmony, yet carest not for my children's desires. They did but wish to dwell beneath these boughs in solitude. Yet even that was too much to ask of man. Thus did they turn to me for succor. The sentence I pronounce upon thy kind is just. Redanian or Garlean, it matters not. The good intent of one excuseth not the misdeeds of the other.
I get what you're saying, but at the same time, two entirely different people.
Thy conflicts have brought naught but anguish and misery unto the forest. All blame doth lie with the darkness that resideth in the breast of man.
Be like saying if one guy stabbed a person, everybody is gonna stab that guy. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. A little short-sighted there.
Sprung this calamitous seed. In the beginning, no such duality existed. Were light and dark given form when man was born?
Not literally the same guy, but you get what I mean.
It would explain much. Not least why strife and sorrow follow ever in thy wake. Thou canst not deny the urgings of thine own nature.
I'm not denying that a stab party could be pretty fun, and that if I was in that situation, I may or may not join in. Of course, all theoretical in Minecraft for future reference. But
Knowing that thy mere presence here portendeth tragedy, wilt thou persist in this pretense of peacemaking?
Listen, man, we both know I could fuck you up. So let's take a step back, maybe think about it a little bit more. Oh, I have a glowy.
Thou bearest the crystal which I bestowed upon my wayward charges. That they should entrust so precious a gift to thee.
Oh, nice. We have a MacGuffin.
Thou standest apart from thy kin. Thou art the bringer of light, aye. But there is something more in thee. Very well. I shall consider thy proposal. Shouldst thou survive my trial. If thou wouldst champion the cause of harmony, I must have proof that thou art fit to play the role. Wither mine ire, and prove to me thereby that thou hast strength enough to stay the darkness which threateneth to consume thee. Yet if thou shouldst be found wanting, know that all men shall perish in the storm of my judgment.
That's a really cool staff you have. Can I have it? Also, what's this trial?
Come to me, bringer of light. I shall await thee on the field of battle.
We're doing a battle anyway. We're doing a sort of match. No.
Urianger, it is rare indeed to find you so far from a tome.
Oh, hey, Urianger. When did you show up?
The Lord of Levin himself. Never till this day had I looked upon his visage, save in painted renderings made faint by time. Ever shall this scene remain etched in my mind's eye. Beg pardon, my lady. I must beg thine aid on a point of research. If thou art resolved to face Lord Ramu, I would ask thy leave to observe the event.
Yeah, sure, why not? It'll be quick. We'll kick his fucking ass. So I gotta beat the shit out of him to prove that we're gonna be... that we're boys. Okay, I can do that. That's easy enough. Now, before I forget, we've got to unselect the World of Darkness. Don't want to accidentally do that again. We want... Striking Tree. Less than 5 minutes. I have my doubts. Okay, so while we're doing that, let's go into our journal. I've still got a couple... I've got, Taking the Red to pick up. Hello. Oh, you're not one of them. Also, who's this fucking sick-looking guy? This fucking Dante-ass looking motherfucker. You know, I forgot red mages were like a physical / magic hybrid in Final Fantasy. It's fucking sick, though. And who might you be? Well, you know, just a guy. Well, not a guy anymore, actually. But you get the point. You came to lend your aid. My apologies. Had I but known, I would have spared you a villain or two. After all, you seem to share my distaste for those who would prey upon defenseless children. Aye, birds of a feather we are. I am Zhuan Tia, a pilgrim of sorts. Might I know your name, friend? Now why does that strike such a familiar chord? Excuse me, I just wanted to thank you for saving me. I didn't do shit, kid. You shouldn't be thanking me. My pleasure, child. You are unharmed, yes? Good. Let us escort this brave lass to her sister, then. Lead the way. Can do. Closest would be Sapphire Avenue, so let's teleport back to Ulda. Then teleport over to Sapphire Avenue. Oh. Teleport over to Sapphire Avenue, me. Use the Aetherite to attune to the Aethernet. You found her, adventurer. Thank you. We are very grateful for your kindness. I was so scared. What did those terrible people want with us? You needn't worry about them anymore, sister. This man in red defeated them all. You saw how he fought, with spells and steel. He's one of those heroes Papa told us about. A crimson duelist. Aren't you? I did not expect to hear that name this far south into Eorzea. Then you are a crimson duelist. I knew it. If your papa is telling his daughters tales of red mages, then he must be from Alamigo, yes? Well, that would explain his choice of bedtime stories. Now, shall we see you lasses home? We'll be all right from here. Thank you again. And away they skip, safe and happy. Now, I believe we've earned ourselves a celebratory drink. You need not feel compelled, my friend. Should the mood strike you, however, you'll find me staying over at Blackbrush Station. I find the ale served at the Coffer and Coffin most agreeable. God, he's so fucking cool. Why is he so fucking awesome? Of course, any guy that wields both a sword and casts magic is kind of my shit. It's probably my second favorite thing, like magic trope, outside of big blasty magic. Spell and sword is just as cool. Ah, hey, you came! As it so happens, the mother of those girls tracked me down and insisted I accept a reward. Once I mentioned you might be stopping by, she left a token of gratitude for you as well. It seems we've assisted an affluent merchant family. A revelation which might explain the attempted kidnapping, hefty ransom and all that. I'm told the girls were immediately assigned a capable bodyguard, however, so we can drink in peace knowing they are well protected. Oh, I've remembered whence I know your name. I learned of you from a young lass named Alice, who I met upon the road. She expressed an admiration for your glowing exploits, even as she persuaded me to teach her the basics of red magery. Hey, that's Alphino's sister, which is going to be the next side shit we do with the coil and all that shit. She proved a quick study in the arcane side of things, but fencing was something of a challenge. By the end of our lessons, however, she had learned to combine spellcraft with swordsplay, when to cast from afar, and when to lunge forward with a well-timed thrust. And what of you, my friend? Have you any interest in the art? I suspect you would make an exceptional red mage. I am deadly serious. A woman who would rush to the aid of a stranger's child without fear or hesitation is a woman who I would trust with the power of red magic. But even beyond that, I sense in you a kindred spirit. Be warned, however, that my style of teaching is a practical one. I will expect you to join me on my journey and assist me in aiding others. Accept those terms, and I will bestow upon you the accoutrements of a red mage. Are you familiar with soul crystals? This particular stone is attuned to past wielders of red magics, and will fill your mind with a firm foundation of technique. You need only reach forth your hand. Are you prepared to walk the path of a red mage? One word and the soul crystal is yours. You will not regret this decision, my friend. Gods above, for a moment there I thought you meant to refuse me. A host of red mages committed their memories to this gem, and now it is yours. Absorb the knowledge it contains. Then we will discuss the finer points of red magic. But first I shall give you your reward. Red Mage unlocked. There isn't many more classes to unlock at this point. I think it's just the level 70 ones. Red Eye Tire, Coffer, get that. Is my weapon chest full? It is, I see. Let's see. We don't need... I'm sure we have a better needle than that. Yeah, we do. Might as well extract the materia from it first, and then we can get rid of it. Yeah, I try to do that when I can. I generally like to sort through every, week or so and check. Just to double BK. Just to be safe. Anything else while we're still waiting? I think I saw one. I haven't used, any of the class-specific ones other than Thaumaturge. But... and... yeah, I need to get rid of a lot of these. I don't need any of these things. Yeah, let's discard all these. Nope, there we go. Listen, they sell for 58, which isn't that big compared to the money I have. I could sell them to a merchant, but it's not going to be that big of a sell. I guess some money is better than no money, but yeah, it is still 58 gil. That's that's like a third of a teleport. That's fair. Holy fuck, what? Yeah, I haven't really taken a look at the player market yet, so... I really need to. Get a sense of how much money I actually need. Missed that fire starter proc. Holy shit. Yeah, that's a fuckload of money. Noted. Oh, I'm getting targeted. I would like to not be here. It did 30 damage, I'm fine. 10 on the grass? Oh. I'm just used to standing away from enemies and letting the tank do the work close by. But I have to get used to the fact that there are going to be some fights that don't let me do that. Come on, there it is. Oh, it's a puddle of water? Doesn't look like water, but I get the intent. Yeah. Oh, fair. Yeah, it might change on the harder difficulty. I really didn't intend to kill you, Rama, but, I guess that works. Oh, I always like giving it to the healer. No loot.
I have taken thy measure, bringer of light.
Am I good enough? Strong enough?
And I judge thee a worthy champion. The task of excising the sin that hath taken root in man's heart is thine. Shrink not from employing thy strength in service to the forest and the wider realm beyond. Like hungering shadows do the enemies of harmony gather, and meekness will but feed them. If man is to be delivered from the dark, it shall be by thy guiding light alone. Stray not from the path, for if thou dost, thy people shall be truly lost.
Yeah, I don't plan on, you know, diverging from my path. It would be kind of hard not to, since, you know... It would be kind of hard to.
Thou hast slain the Lord of Levin. A regrettable act. but a necessary one.
I would have been totally fine if he just wanted to give up when he realized he'd been beat, but, you know, it's he who insisted fighting to the death, I guess. He seemed like a pretty chill guy. God, primal
thy
thing.
Struggle, a truth hath been revealed unto me. If I mistake not, it may yet prove a chink in the eternal armor of the Assyrians. But let us conclude our present business. I shall expound upon my findings at the Rising Stones anon.
God, I do really like this new look. I just really need to replace this monocle with something that doesn't interfere with the hair. Little Solace. That's on this map. I can actually fly there. You've returned. Dare I ask how Ramo received your visit? He challenged you to a test of arms. Well, it is well, then, that you have some experience in such matters. The people of both Gridania and Little Solace will be relieved to hear that the Lord of Levin has accepted you as the Forest Champions of Peace. You have performed a monumental duty this day. The Elder Seedseer must be informed of your deeds at once. The Elder Seedseer will wish to hear your experiences firsthand. Pray return to Gridania and make directly for the Lotus Stand. The Conjurer at Nothika's altar will be expecting you. Fare you well. New Gridania. Also, I will say the lighting for Dawn Trail looks so good. The lighting looks significantly better. I am excited for Dawn Trail. We want the Conjurer's Guild.
You are returned to us, dear friend, and none the worse for bearing the heavy burden which I did press upon you. Most glad am I of this. I am informed that your efforts to negotiate a peace with Lord Ramuh ended in conflict. Pray tell me, what befell?
He insisted. We fought. He died. At the end, that's really all there is to say.
Ramuh made trial of you? I fear there is truth to his claim. It is the darkness within us that attracts the darkness without. It cannot be denied that misfortune follows man. For evidence, one need only look to the conflict brewing in Cartano, or to the rising flood of refugees. Our shared struggle against the Empire should have served to seal our union. Yet the ties which bind the Alliance strain under the weight of gross self-interest. As the scars of the calamity begin to fade, so too does our sense of common purpose.
Were we not literally just here, like, 50 missions ago in this same, like, our sense of shared responsibility, you know?
If this new-sprung realm is to survive beyond its infancy, it must needs be nurtured by all.
I'm pretty sure almost that exact line was said before.
Eorzea must be as one. Yet I fear that dream is still far off. On behalf of the people of Gridania and the elementals both, I thank you for all that you and your fellow scions have done. Full oft have I been compelled to look to you for aid of late, and offered all too little in return. As leader of this nation, I shall endeavor to prove a more worthy ally to your cause henceforth.
Well, you can say that as much as you want, but, you know, actions speak louder than words, Canny.
Lord Ramu has departed, yet the keening of this ill wind grows no less insistent. Voices of the forest, pray speak and I shall listen. What unseen evil begets this unease in my heart?
Thus ends another daunting mission, eh? I'd hoped Lord Rama could be persuaded with words alone, but nonetheless, I can only admire the adroitness with which you responded to the Primal's sudden challenge. And it seems that Hirianja, too, was pleased with the outcome. What say you? Shall we gather back at the Rising Stones and ponder the lessons of the day? Yeah, sure, why not? Welcome back. Word of your momentous encounter with Lord Rama precedes you. I would fain share news of mine own, but Urianger's discovery must take precedence. Upon witnessing your defeat of the Lord of Levin, our learned companion was struck with a profound insight regarding the nature of the Asian's immortality. Let us assemble and discuss his observations together.
If everyone is ready, let us begin. Urianger, the floor is yours.
As all here assembled now know, in its final hours as our Order's headquarters, the Waking Sands did play host to a most unexpected visitor. I speak of the Asian clad in white, Elidibus. Unwelcome though his presence was, his words that day did serve to confirm a truth long suspected, that the Asians are eternal beings, to whom physical destruction is as a temporary inconvenience.
In the intervening time, Urianger and I have striven to discover a means by which the Asians might more permanently be slain.
And 'tis my belief that we have found the thread that will allow us to unravel the twisted skein of their existence.
What are you thinking?
In the moments prior to Leviathan's most recent manifestation, the Sahagin elder who summoned him was observed to undergo some manner of ascension. The etheric readings taken by Y'shtola at the time of this transfiguration have proven most enlightening.
The disruption to the flow of ether was sudden and dramatic. So tangible was the agitation, I scarce had need of my goggles.
The significance of Y'shtola's readings might better be understood in the context of mine own, taken at the instant of the Lord of Levin's demise. Unlike the Primal, the Sahagin was not subject to etheric dissipation.
Before discussing our new discoveries, It may benefit us all to recall what we know of etheric behavior.
Yeah, please do. I'm lost. I'm no aether expert. You'd think I would be, being like a powerful mage that uses the ether and all, but like, not quite.
Let us begin at what some might call the end. When we who dwell in the material realm die, our spirits dissolve into the flow of ether and are returned to the ethereal realm.
Okay. Huh.
In turn, the restless energy which suffuses that plane streams back into our world, giving rise to new life.
Okay, so it's an endless cycle of, like, reincarnation, essentially.
'Tis as the heavens did decree, the way of all mortal souls.
Die and be reborn infinitely, I guess.
Twixt this world and the next do the ethereal currents swirl, bearing the very essence of life. Thus doth the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth continue unabated.
This is a very weird cutscene. What the fuck is happening?
Primals behave somewhat differently. In order to manifest and then maintain a physical presence in this realm, they must consume vast quantities of ether, most often in the form of crystals. Though they may seem to live, their flesh is but ether given shape.
Yeah, it's basically just a PowerPoint. That's a good way to describe it. Rian J and Philly are just giving a PowerPoint presentation on ether.
Rather, the essence of its form seeps back into the land whence it came, and the energy of its shattered spirit is called back to the ethereal realm.
Cool.
And there it waiteth, till next the prayers of the faithful do draw it forth from the sea of ether, to take their offering of crystals and make for itself a new body.
Which brings us on to the third group, the so-called immortals. They exist in a manner all their own.
Quite. Even as the Sahagin Elder fell to the Admiral's musket shot, I witnessed the release of an ethereal cloud, which immediately took possession of a nearby minion.
A soul that dissipateth not upon the death of the flesh.
The secret of life everlasting. And in the claws of a Sahagin, no less. But I wonder, what would happen to one of these obstinate spirits, should there be no suitable host for it to claim?
If mortal death entails a return to the ethereal realm, it seems doubtful that the soul of an immortal would venture there.
Nay, it merely withdraweth a distance, unto the shore of the ethereal sea, perchance, but no further.
Okay, it doesn't get all the way there.
It exists in neither this realm nor the next, abiding instead in the space that lies between them.
Okay.
The Ascians took control of Thancred by means of a crystal of darkness, an artifact which, if our theories are correct, serves as a gateway to the place I have just described.
I was hoping people had forgotten about that.
Okay, now you're in the PowerPoint presentation then, Cred?
I am sorry, my friend.
It wasn't really your fault.
For a mercy, the weary road of our research hath brought us unto an answer.
The Sahagin ascended to an immortal state, but he did not possess a crystal of darkness through which to flee this realm. Thus was he consumed by Leviathan. If we could entrap the spirits of defeated Ascians in like manner, and thereby deny them resurrection...
Okay, it kind of makes sense.
Therein lieth the path to victory. Thou art most perceptive, my lady. Only when we have trapped the bodiless soul within an ethereal prison can we hope to defeat its unnatural constancy. Thus might even an eternal paragon be consigned to oblivion.
Okay, but how the fuck are we going to do that? Like, what?
These feats are, of course, far easier said than done. At present, we lack a viable means to entrap and extinguish an Ascian soul.
That's what I fucking thought.
Yet, I believe it to be possible. The pieces of the puzzle lie before us. We have but to put them together.
I will depart at once to convene with the sages of Sharlayan. Together shall we divine the steps by which our goals may be achieved.
I have the utmost faith in you, Archon.
Yeah, something tells me that's gonna come up a while from now. I very highly doubt we're gonna get to destroy Ascians in Post-A Realm Reborn. That'll probably be saved for expansions.
But I would raise one final matter. Even now, a Sharlayan survey party seeketh to ascertain the fate of the students of Baldessian. Their findings shall soon be known to us. Though you harbor feelings of dread, I bid you surrender not to sorrow, but abide instead in hopeful prayer.
I shall, Archon. Thank you.
Kind of hard to do that when their entire fucking island vanished, but you know, I guess you could stay hopeful. I'm not holding my breath. The Lord of Levin is returned to the ether, as was Leviathan before him. Rama's acquiescence was most intriguing. Acquiescence. Inferno, Vortex, Crag, Warl, and Levin all have now been humbled by the Bringer of Light. The limitless potential of man. Heidelin's servant grows mightier by the day. Yet she prospers at a great cost to her mistress, whose strength is all too finite. 7 times have the masses survived the rejoining, but their souls have grown weak and wane. Yet even as it enervates, the ardor empowers our master. All that remains is to nurture the strength of the gifted to forge the final key. And that is to the task to which we bend our every effort. And who are you? You are Evilly Boy that we kinda killed, not really. Yeah, La Brea, what's up? How's it going? It's been a minute. Divine seeds were ever wont to quicken in Eorzea's fertile soil. We need only lead men to the field, and by their eager hand shall a new deity arise. That which was shattered shall be made anew, and the one true God shall come again. And who the fuck is this? I know his name was said before, but I don't fucking remember it, dude. It's been like 4 weeks since we completed A Realm Reborn at this point, I think. I don't have a ton more time, but we can probably squeeze in a quest or 2 more. I really want to get to fucking Heaven Sword so I can actually, you know, progress in Black Mage. Now the matter of Rama has, for the present, been put to rest. There is something I would show you. It is a letter of thanks, signed by the leaders of the Eorzean Alliance, acknowledging the Scion's tireless service to the realm. It mentions, in particular, the names of all defeated primals: Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, Good King Moggle Mog the 12th, Leviathan, and now Rama. Oh, Ramu, however the fuck it is. I'm gonna pronounce it incorrectly forever. Needless to say, there is only one among our numbers to have faced them all. And though these words of gratitude were addressed to our order as a whole, I feel they were meant for you above all others. I too must offer my heartfelt thanks for all you have done. In the course of your duties, you have never once failed to answer my call to arms. You are a true hero, and Eorzea is that much safer for your presence. Pray do not misunderstand me. I said safer, not safe. I know only too well that we can ill afford to lower our guard. The Ascians may be relied upon to sow chaos in the realm until such time as they are forced to stop. Why, even without their encouragement, you may be assured that man would foment strife on his own, and that is to say nothing of the beast tribes. Unless we learn to live in harmony, the primals too will return to plague us again and again and again. And yet, despite all this, your deeds serve to inspire the people, to give them hope for a better tomorrow, and there is no greater gift. That we have the courage to strive for what might otherwise seem an impossible peace. We owe no small part to the dangers you have faced on our behalf, and the people you have won over to our cause in so doing. Our list of enemies has ever been long, but think of the allies with whom we are now blessed. Of the sylphs of Little Solace who wish naught of conflict. Of the Alamegans and the Domans who stand with us, determined to halt the dread march of the Empire. And then there is Sid and the Fellowship of Noah, racing to unlock the mysteries of ancient Alag, that we might be spared the horror of another Ultima weapon. You already handled that, actually, so don't worry about that one. Those guys are good. We're done with that. Of course, when speaking of our greatest allies, we must not forget those closest to us, by which I mean our fellow Scions. Thanks to their many and varied talents, our order is uniquely equipped to combat the far-reaching corruption of the Ascians, and combat it we shall. Your enthusiasm is truly heartwarming, Antecedent. Given our embarrassing wealth of allies, I trust it will not inconvenience you too unduly if I absent myself for a time. Oh, hi, Alphino. Alphino, I take it the troubles in Ul'dah no longer require your attention? There are yet some rumblings of discontent, but the air of simmering violence is largely dissipated. 'Tis to report such that I stand before you now. That, and to speak with you concerning the new organization we discussed. Ah, I have a message from you from Elle. You recall the refugee girl, the one whose parents were missing? They were found unharmed. She wished me to pass on her thanks to you. Oh, good, she's not an orphan. Thank God. Why, Alphino, I am to understand that you made an effort to remember the poor girl's name. I look forward to reading all about her in your report. I do hope you left nothing out. You have been away from Revenant's Toll for some time now, I believe. Might I suggest that you put the affairs of the realm to one side for the moment and take this opportunity to reacquaint yourself with the town? Which reminds me, one of the Doman children recently inquired as to your whereabouts. Yozin was his name. I believe he has some small matter he wishes to share with you. Why not oblige him a visit? Yeah, why not? We got time. Not a ton of it. But as I said, enough to at least finish 1 or 2 more quests. Out of curiosity, since I guess you would probably know, how long would the Coil quest take to complete? Where am I going? Oh, I totally just fucking missed it. I'm blind. Sync takes a long time. Okay. Although you mentioned they should be done unsynced. So how is unsynced? Okay, so I could probably hammer it out. Probably next stream. That's good. I want to do all that stuff, but at the same time, you know, I want to make progress. Get to have the first expansion. But, so I wanted like a time frame. Whether or not I should leave it until the very end of post-AAR, or like, just handle it. There are 12 of them and several long cutscenes. Yeah, we could probably handle it next stream. Depending on my work schedule next week, we may be able to go longer too. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. We heard you were fighting off primals, or off-fighting primals, and that they're some sort of the strongest enemies you could ever face. I wish I could see you in battle. Anyway, we all want to be heroes too, so we finally formed our very own Doman Adventurers Guild to protect all the Domans. Oh? Do you think you could train us today? Maybe you could show us how you fought the primals. What's all this commotion then? I mean, a run with max level Gunbreaker takes between 26 seconds and maybe 8 minutes. Wow, that's quite a stretch of like different time for one dungeon. 26 seconds to 8 minutes is a large like differential gap, but that's fair. It depends on how experienced the other players are and all that. Plus that's max level, not and I'm not going to be max level. I'll be like level 63, 64 depending on how much I get to play this week after this stream. Mr. Boulder and Mr. Coultnit, did you know that she's back? Oh, you know, that works. I appreciate that. It'll make things faster. Yeah, I think we'll prioritize that. We'll hammer them out next stream. I'll make sure I've got all the requirements done ahead of time so we don't have to worry about that. That makes sense what you're referring to. I wasn't sure if you were speaking like in general, like on average, or like to give me a time frame, or if you were speaking in that sense. But yeah, that makes more sense. Oh my god, he's a member of the Scions now. Hoary Bolter. That's a name. And this bookish fellow is Coultnit. Though we remain largely unapproven as adventurers, we have taken it upon ourselves to instruct the Doman younglings in the art of combat. Is Don a machinist? That's fair. I told you, Mr. Boulder, we're not younglings anymore. We are adventurers. And we were just asking her if she could give us some special training. I think we're ready to hunt monsters alongside her, don't you? Hell, you've certainly been diligent with your drills, but I'm afraid the fiends of Mortona are still ever so slightly too dangerous for you. I have a counter-proposal. What if I were to cross swords with her? A demonstration of skill at arms, if you will. Or if I didn't know you better, and I do, I'd say you were merely seeking to test yourself against a legend. Well, mayhap I am. But what matters is the motive when the children stand to learn so much from the lesson. What say you? Would you consent to spar with me? Sure, I'll kick the absolute living shit out of you with my fire magic. Hey, definitely, dude. We're gonna have a tournament. Come on, everyone. We must prepare our gear for an outing. Are we going through a tournament arc right now? Do try not to disappoint them, Have faith, Coultnit. I shall summon every last ounce of my strength to make of this a worthy contest. You're not. Yeah, good luck with that, pal. The fields to the east of town should prove suitable for our purpose. I very much look forward to our bout. Yeah, I feel bad for this guy because he's gonna get a shit rocked, like, in front of a bunch of kids. It's gonna probably be pretty humiliating. Alright, Hoary Boulder, you, Alright, you're gonna sink me to level 50, aren't you, game? Very well. Let us not keep the younglings waiting any longer. Ahem. Alright, are you certain you wish to fight her alone? That is the warrior of light you face. What better way to test my mettle? Pray allow me to attempt the first round unaided. After all, 'twas this hero's legend that led me to join the Scions to begin with. Without him, her to inspire my efforts, I would not be half the warrior I am today. Your point is well made, but remember, this is for the children's sake as well as your own. Should it appear that the contest will end too swiftly, I shall add my spells to your blade work. Hello, you haven't begun yet, have you? Oh my god, it's the boy, and it's fucking Thancred and Yida. When I heard about your sparring match, I told everyone I could find. I thought you could use a crowd to cheer you on. Yes, and there are still more to come. When I mentioned her name, the reaction was quite enthusiastic. Why, my own popularity seems but a sickly shade in your comparison. You'd best claim victory, Bringer of Light. Your burgeoning reputation is at stake. Well, our teacher won't be beaten so easily. He's a master swordsman. You can win, Mr. Boulder. We shall soon see. Be on your guard. Sorry I have to do this to you, pal. Oh my god. You're getting chunked already, my guy. Oh. You're already down. You know, I lost my swift cast if you're gonna get up and continue fighting. Alright, I'll take care of you first. You're a spellcaster. You need to be dealt with. Goodbye. Oh, wow. You lived through that. Impressive. Now you're welcome. We good? That's not the ability I wanted to use, but... I'm pretty sure I just killed him. I don't see... Oh, my guy just fell backwards like he was fucking dead. Okay, he's good. He's alive. You have bested me. I yield. That was incredible. She beat them both at the same time. I knew you couldn't lose. None can defeat the Guardian of Eorzea. Who the fuck are you people? Now I see why they send you to deal with the primals. I have much work to do in there if I'm ever to attempt the same. Impressive as always. 'Tis ever a pleasure to witness the spectacle of your martial prowess. It's not really martial, it's spell casting. Like, I don't hit... Well, I occasionally do hit things with the staff, but it's really not the main core strategy here. And judging by the smiles on these many faces, they too appreciate the hard-won strength that keeps the perils of the realm at bay. The Guardian of Eorzea. Yes, that is a most fitting title. Do you recall when we first met? 'Twas at the memorial service for the Battle of Carton. At the time, I was yet attempting to understand this land of Eorzea. I sought to grasp the reason why Grandfather willingly sacrificed himself to protect it. I shall speak plainly. My initial impressions were less than favorable. Dire problems abounded, and yet the effort I saw expanded towards their solution was haphazard and half-hearted. I thought Eorzeans a foolish and childish people. Considering the shambles their home was in, I would not have been surprised if some had chose to swear allegiance to Gaius and the order he proposed to enforce. The Legatus' single-minded military invasion precluded any such switching of royal loyalties, of course. Were it not for a desire to continue Grandfather's legacy, I would have abandoned the realm to its fate long ago. The threats were too many, the nations too self-involved and unstable. 'Twas you who convinced me the salvation of Eorzea was possible. 'Twas you who taught me, through countless acts of bravery, that what my grandsire sought to preserve was not the land nor its history, nor any single nation. It was the people. These wonderful, oft infuriating, stubborn people that suffer blow after terrible blow, only to drag themselves back to their feet to face another day. Though he would never put such feeling into words, I believe Grandfather's admiration for this inextinguishable courage grew into a fervent wish. A wish to aid Eorzea and its inhabitants in charting a new course for the future. A wish that has now become my own. I too will endeavor to take up the mantle of Guardian of Eorzea and champion these peoples who toil towards a better world. Our cause, however, is not a simple one. The troubles that plague us are of a scale that cannot be solved by the scions of the Seventh Dawn alone. No. What is needed to tackle the root of the primal threat and effectively counter the schemes of the Ascians is a new, expanded organization that operates beyond the limitations of nations and borders. If you would aid me in building such an organization, then pray let us continue this discussion back within the walls of the Rising Stones. Leaving the scions behind, huh? That's not what I expected. But, hey, yeah, I'll take it. Our skills have gotten a little expansive, to be fair. Alright, I guess we get to use Kamui now. Thank you for coming. The world shifts and alters, and we, my friend, must ever be one step ahead of the chaos. What I propose is the formation of a new organization, a group that shall pave the way for a truly united Eorzea. And I think that's probably the best place to end it. I think we're going to call it there for the night. We'll be back with this next Wednesday, given everything goes well. I'm going to try to make next Wednesday a bit of a longer stream, depending on if I can. Like, if I have work on Thursday at, like, 9 in the morning, I'm obviously not going to be able to do that, but we'll see as time progresses. We'll focus on getting the coil done, hopefully, next stream, and doing a bit more on this, and hopefully we'll be able to grind out a lot of the remaining main story quests. But we'll, in post-AAR specifically, I mean, there are like 700 more quests in total. We're not gonna get through a majority of them next stream. But regardless, thanks everybody so much for watching. If you still are, I will be back Friday, hopefully, with Pathfinder Gatewalkers with the lads as normal. But regardless, I hope everybody enjoyed, and I hope everybody has a good night. Bye-bye.